Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. And welcome, Mr. Two. Sorry about that. I had my mic on mute, so I'll have to do it again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. All right. Now, I will say this. It appears, now I don't know if it's just been fixed. Just give me a moment. No. So if you're using thumbnail charts, I'm having the same issue we had yesterday, okay? The thumbnail charts seem to be stuck. You know, they're just it's just not working. Linking is okay, but if you're using thumbnail charts, like I was watching Kezar and I was thinking, man, I keep hearing it over and over in my gap up, and it looked like it was stuck, but it was actually up at about 1170. So anyway, if you're using thumbnail charts, it's not a good idea right now. Now it may be the server I'm on, so only you can tell if there's reacting all right for you. And one more thing, housekeeping. Give me one moment. Okay, so what is happening this morning? So Kezar, yeah, Kezar had a huge move after hours yesterday. KZR, huge move after hours yesterday. Um, and positive data, and also Wells Fargo put a $17 price target on them. So Kezar, what did it get after hours? It got up to 1356 or so, and this morning it got up to 1196. So this is going to be obviously very active. It's not a crazy low float, 51 million in the float. It's already traded 8 million already. EVFM. Boy, oh boy, look what a run it had after hours also. EVFM. This is sort of, I guess we'll call these the Roe versus Wade drug or plays. EVFM. And this came from, if you didn't see this yesterday, this came from 60 cents. And now we're at 156. Well, actually, I'm sorry, high this morning, 156, starting to fade a bit, but obviously very active. EVFM. Oxy, I guess Berkshire increased their stake as Buffett buys more shares of Oxy. PLTK. Well, so much for that big gap up. I saw this gap up. Joffrey has put actually Joffrey, it's a little interesting here. Joffrey has a 20% stake at $21. Oh, they paid $21. This is what I see here. Joffrey Capital to buy majority stake in Playtika for $21 a share. Okay, and we're at 1545 right now. The casinos. I'm going to pick a couple of them. Las Vegas Sands, LVS, sorry, LVS. Casinos are hot right now with, I guess, the COVID restrictions loosening up in China, helping Macau. So LVS, another one, HTHT. But I'm sure if you look at Penn or MGM, Win, I'm sure they're all up. STRO. Let's see. Now that was after hours. This got up to 750. So that's a pretty big pullback. It's still up 14%. Pretty good volume. Some kind of a collaboration. It's a cancer drug, I think, cancer treatment pact Problem is, it's with a pink sheet company, so I don't know how much cachet that's going to have, unless they are a foreign company also. Maybe, yeah. So it's possible. ALPMF, I don't know them at all. Estellas. Let me just put them in here, see where they're out of because of that F. So it could be, sort of a legitimate company. Moment. Pink sheet stock. Okay, so this is a Japanese company. Okay, so this could be legitimate. I mean, the fact that it's a pink sheet stock here, but it could be a totally legitimate company in Japan. CRNT, CRNT, CRNT is gapped up on, let's see, can I see any news? Needham. So Needham has put a 525 price target on them. Some of you follow Snow, SNOW, Snow. Big gap up. Jeffries has upped their price target from 125 to 200. That is SNOW. TCOM benefiting from, I guess we're going to call it the reopening of China. It's also an earnings play. TCOM, of course, travel company. CGNT, this is an E gap down, I think. CGNT, an earnings play, an Israeli company, down 24%. CGNT. This is an all-time low right now, guys. So this could be one of those ones that once this market opens, just continues to drift down. We're in for a positive open. And Zach mentioned Tour, Tour. Yeah, so again, this is another, so it's like TCOM, another travel agency. Okay, so Tour, TCOM, again, we'll call it the reopening or the easing of COVID restrictions in China. And just as I was opening the room, Weizhou was going a little bit crazy. And that, another China, well, it's not China. Where are they out of? Bermuda for tax purposes, I'm sure. So Weizhou, and I don't see any Weizhou and Ford collaborate for leveraging connected vehicle data across Europe. All right, so that is the reason for WEJO's surge this morning. AGRX, another one that is gapping up. Continued strength. I'm just looking to see if there's any, I mean, it had a huge day yesterday. Though it did pull back. I mean, that's right. I mean, this was up to 164, pulled back to 127, hence the big red bar for the daily chart. But it looks like it is just above yesterday's high. Yeah, just above yesterday's high. And this is another Roe versus Wade stock, I guess we'll call them. AGRX. We've got EVFM, Vero, VERU, I guess FEMY. Okay, guys, I'm just going to send my layout to development to see what's going on. That's hilarious, Zach. That is hilarious. Let me just type in riot. I want to see that one. That is hilarious. Let's see. Not changing. Come on. Change. Something's going on at my IB now. Boy, I got some gremlins this morning. What time is it right now? 9:12? Okay, give me a moment here. Okay, there we go. My news headlines weren't adjusting. There we go. So Cantor Fitzgerald, overweight, announces a price target of 42. Are they insane? How about Mara? All right, guys, I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, we probably have twice as many downgrades as upgrades. Let me get some of them in here. All right, CAP with Goldman, getting into the beer companies. And Compass Point even has they don't have a price target, but they're upgrading Riot. What's going on with Riot? All right, there are some of the upgrades. You get the downgrades in now. All right, so Goldman is upgrading CAP, but downgrading SAM. So we've got competing breweries, one being upgraded and one being downgraded by Goldman. eBay, eBay with a downgrade. Who uses eBay? I know. I suppose I better mention this IFRX. The reason I didn't, just to me, looks like there's a lot of resistance. It's not a crazy low float, German company, not a crazy low float, 37 million. See if there any news on it. Yeah, so they got FDA orphan drug status. Yeah, it's a pain, guys. I mean, yeah. So again, I just have to reiterate: if you're relying on our thumbnail charts, don't. Well, at least I can't. It might be the server I'm on. It may be my layout. I'm not 100% sure. Though right now I'm just looking to see if they are updating. All right, guys. Let's see, anything. Jan, Jan. This was a meme stock. Okay, but it's just fallen back in January of 21. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. I think that probably energy is going to be 100%. So I'm going to go to our sector status from our toolbar from one of the channels. And my guess, we're going to see 100% right here. Here we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's the major ETF for energy, which is XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% and it's green, that means from yesterday's close, every single stock that makes up XLE is up from yesterday's close. That's what the 100% means. So you can see with the SPY having a positive open, most sectors are up. Well, not most, they're all up. Just a matter of degree. So if you're looking for the weakest sector, I mean, there really isn't one. You can call healthcare at 76% or retail at 75%. But again, this can all change half an hour into the market. But this is what we're seeing right now as just before the market opens in about 10 minutes. So you guys are talking about an offering, LI. Hmm. Guys, I've been asked to do a restart, so give me a moment here. I'm just going to exit. I'm going to save my layout. I'm going to do a restart. Okay, that may have helped me. That may have helped me. Give me a moment here. Yeah, I think we're okay now. I'm okay now. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just watching my thumbnail charts to see if they are actually changing, and it appears that they are. So maybe I don't know if I was the only one having a data issue. I know there were some yesterday that had data issues too. So, but I'm always on a development version of the software, so that can sometimes cause some problems. All right, keep an eye on this. I mean, this PLTK. I mean that $21 buy-in by Jeffries. Somebody's going to have to explain it to me. Why would they took it looks like they're trying to take 20% of the company at $21. So it's not a buyout. This and it's at 1577 right now. All I'm doing is reacting to a headline. So again, Joffrey Capital to buy majority stake in Playtika for $21 a share, majority stake, and I think it said there it'd be 20%. So the stock's at 1577 right now. And guys, as usual, I'll be concentrating virtually 100% on this race over here, the biggest gainers from the open. And I asked, let me make sure that happened. There we go. So race mode, biggest gainers from the open percent. So I've added that to my scans, okay? So, so if you want this scan, you just have to go to my homepage, my scans, and I put it right at the top here, race mode, biggest gainers from the open percent, which is this one right here. MRO is also on the move here, guys. MRO, so the all stocks, energy stocks, Devon, MRO. Probably hard pressed to find one stock that, well, we just, when we looked at XLE, we saw that every stock was above yesterday's close. So Everything looks like a fade. Even when the market's good, everything looks like a fade. Now, I typically do not trade again in the first 15 minutes. However, I may be making an exception depending on what happens in the race right off the bat. I still don't want to take something right at 9:30, but I'm definitely a little more interested in something that is really moving quickly if it's showing up in the race. Other thing I'm going to really pay attention to again is the 10-day daily breakdown. Excuse me. Yesterday there were about 3 or 4 that were awesome. All right, I'm getting set to start these 2 races. Now this is in, I'll call it in development, okay? So don't ask me for this because I can't give it to you. It's a symbol list that is not shared yet. I can't share it. Not that I don't want to share it, it's just that there's a limitation on the software and the ability to share personal symbol lists. They're trying to get around that. But this is the key one anyway. The biggest gainers from the open percent. That for me is my absolute go-to scan right now. Less than a minute. Thank you, William, which gives me my cue to start my races. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And we won't see any cars move yet because this is based on change from the open. And guess what? We don't have an open yet. BOXD, is it on the way down? I'm hearing it. Yeah, so maybe this is giving it up finally. All right, everybody, we are now open for business. So I did not see this one at all. I don't think I saw this one. SDIG, Stronghold Digital Mining. I don't think I've ever seen this one. SDIG. This is just popping up right now. Low float, 19 million in the float. But again, it is early. We have a halt already. Oyster. We just got a halt, guys. Oyster, OYST, was just halted. It was halted on the way down. AGRX, guys, so it's making a new high. Pre-market high, of course, not a pre-market high. 213 is the pre-market high. So you can see the jockeying for positions, what's happening here in terms of the racing. Okay, AGRX, guys, is I did not take it, but it is moving. This one from yesterday, MSPR, this was super active, but a couple of big topping tails there. That's not good. 296, got up to 296 a couple of times. Sellers knocked it down. All right, guys, STRO, STRO, STRO. This got as high as 748 after hours. Now they had this collaboration with a Japanese company. It is a cancer treatment pact, as it's called in the press release. Cancer treatment pact, and that is STRO. Oh, look at the SPY, guys. Wow, what a big move on the SPY. So we were gapping up a little bit, but look at this first move in the SPY. Watching STRO, watching it, watching it, watching it. If it gets back over to about that 535 level, can that 560 area be a magnet? And then even after hours, yesterday, 740. So that is the reason I'm really watching it. Big pop on the SPY. Yeah, wow. So Dow's up 380, Nas is up almost 100, SPY's up about 40. Keep an eye on the STRO, guys, in case it just wants to explode here. And again, the only reason, just look at the pre-market highs up at 570. After hours yesterday, 755. Okay, those are the areas that other traders are looking at. May not happen. Obviously, may not happen, but BNTC from yesterday, BNTC from yesterday, which struggled all day to take out that 150 mark. And AERC guys, very very active again. An amazing move yesterday, coming off the financing price of about 10, and it added about $5 to it. Okay, guys, STRO, STRO. So we have some LYT. This was halted, now it just resumed. LYT, a halt, then a resume. All right, is this Grayberg Vision? Look at gray, guys. This is a low float on the move here. GRAY. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? Didn't see this in the pre-market, really? STRO making a little bit of a move. STRO. Oh, this got halted. So gray got halted. Oh man, should I have been in this just before? No real clue where it's going to open. I see 135, 135. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? There's the halt, 134 for gray, Gray. There's the projection of where it could open. So there's really no clue. Sometimes you'll see something, especially in the first halt, you'll see, maybe 150, 155, something like that above the halt price. But right now, no big clue. What a move on that SPY. Well, this TRO just taking its time here. I don't know. Thought when it got up to 535, it might have that run, but so there again, one of the reasons I don't like to trade in the first 15, even if I'm relaxing a little bit in this racing, but look at AGRX as an example. Look really good, got up to almost two, and then it's pulled right back down. So to me, there's just no mad rush to take a trade right off the bat. I typically I like to wait about 15 minutes, actually, 15 minutes. And if I were new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30 minutes because things can go up and down so quickly. Charge point having a bit of a charge here, guys. CHPT coming into a lot of resistance, but if it can ever take this area out, 1590, 1583, 1615, 1616, 1573. So you can see a lot of action right around 16 for CHPT. If you get through that. All right, if this is a 5-minute halt, 9:37:05. So if gray is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:42. So plus 5 seconds. So a little over a minute or so before this will open if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Okay, now AGRX after the pullback, it's obviously erratic. I mean, it's still that's the first 15-minute candle. Remember what it looked like. I mean, we're up, and then here's a 2-minute, all the way back down to 165, back up, still pretty erratic. Okay, I just heard PLTK. When I say I just heard it, my text to voice, one of my scans. However, it's on the way down. All right, a little confusing to me. I need William to dive into this. I'm obviously not understanding something. Well, BNTC now is almost at yesterday's high. Ooh, gray. What did it do on the open? Huge. Okay, not huge. I mean, it was halted at 134, so it's not like a massive open. Okay, guys, there goes Stro. There goes Stro. Still a little bit choppy, but watching this grade to see if it gets back over the first halt price, which was 134. I mean, it may not. I think I have an alert. In fact, I'll just set my alert right there. Okay, so that's the reason that's the reason why Graybug was popping. They're looking at, as they call it, strategic options. They're putting themselves up for sale. Including a sale. All right, guys, Stro on the move here. Stro on the move. So the first magnet is the pre-market high, which is about 590, and the fantasy level will be way up here at 740. That was the post-market high on the news, STRO. Boy, this NCTY has been so active. Also, another China stock. High pre-market was 240-ish. Okay, so I do have an alert set for 134 for gray. That was the initial halt price. Just to see if it gets back up to that area. It looks like there's a lot of resistance in that area though. I'm looking at a weekly chart. Looks like there's a lot of resistance in that area. But it's all about the float right now, guys. 13.8 million in the float. So it's all about the float. Oof, that was erratic. I mean, look at these topping tails now too. So that's a tough one. I almost hopped in this one. I was just getting set to maybe get some right around 140, but I just held off. All right, guys, AGRX now through two, and high was 212 in the pre-market. How's Jets doing then? How is Jets doing? You're saying some airlines, some momentum? Yeah, look at Jets. Look at Jets, JETS. If you're not familiar with this, this is the ETF for the airline industry. So instead of picking one airline, you can just, if you think the airlines are going to do anything, a little bit of a move. I mean, not much, guys. I mean, still not much, but maybe a bottom of 16 has been put in. Meanwhile, AGRX. Well, now we've got Beyond Meat on Beyond Meat is actually having a bit of a pop here, guys. BYND having a bit of a pop. BYND. You can see it in the race right at the top here. And the next high looking left is 27.19. So it's got a little bit of room to that high. So a little bit of activity for Beyond Meat. Okay, guys, again, unfortunately, these are now just turning into quick hitters. Not a lot of follow through. Looking at the STRO, there's not a lot of follow through. Yet, anyway. Well, the thing with AGRX is that, it's just extremely active. I mean, that's the problem. Not the problem. 4.4 million in the float, Javi. So, it's just going to be one of those things. It's going to be pretty whippy. You probably have to have a wider stop for something like that because of that float. As quickly as it can go up, it can go down twice as quickly. So, because of the float, not very much share. Not, I mean, it's tremendous activity. It's over 10 times the float is traded. But so that's the only thing I would say. And also, I sort of like to set out the first 15. You snuck in there 4 minutes before that. there's still no guarantee, something like this will settle down, but it's all about the float, Javi. But the good news is that you had a stop and you obeyed it. So whatever you lost, it should have been a manageable loss. Oh yeah, it can happen. Oh, hey guys, rain. For some reason, I got a price alert for rain, and let's see, 439 is the next. Okay, I think I had the price alert just before this high here. Must have put this in several days ago, just to see as it was getting close to that high. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. I mean the AGRX is, I mean it's still good, but it's hard to have. I know when it's a cheap stock, you want to take a lot of shares because I mean if it's only going to go up 20 cents, 30 cents, you got to make enough money on the trade. So you're trying to take enough shares, but the problem is the stop. So let's just say you took 1,000 shares and you only had a 10-cent stop, so you're risking $100, but that could drop 10 cents just like that. But right now, this is looking awesome. And it is an AI trade also. Well, my stop is not based on a certain number. It's going to be based on what I see in a chart. So it's always the situation. But again, you have to, with 4.4 million in the float, it's just going to whip around for a while. Right now, it's a beautiful move. But at the beginning, look at that first 5 minute candle up to 196, right back down to 177. I mean, that's a big percentage move. And then you'd had some chop in that first 15 minutes. After the 15 minutes, though, again, I'm not saying things settle down completely, but that was a great move right there. And then another one and another one. Not easy though. Not easy. All right, what is this one doing? SERA. Now, not very much volume yet. That's an issue, maybe, but 69 times normal. This has been on a run, boy. 121, 3 days over a double. SEAR. Not sure I've really seen this one before. Next high is looking left on the weekly chart, 249, so that's above that. 259, 248. 381. So wow, you can see right there, that high right there, 259, it takes that out. Then the next high in the weekly chart is 345. So this has some room. Ideally, what you'd love to see is for it to settle down just a little bit and then maybe take out that 258. I'm going to stick an alert up in that area. And then maybe has a shot to get into that 345 level. Man, see, I didn't take the BNTC. I just didn't trust it. After yesterday's really super choppy action, I just didn't trust it. But the question right now, so the high of 2 days ago was 1190, and it got up to that high, 190. It got up to 188. Yeah, Sierra Wireless, SWIR. Yeah, to me, I mean, the next high looking left is 2477 and then 25. So to me, it's just got too much resistance. Not that far away, within 50 cents, which is okay if you're a $1 stock, but not as good if you're a $24 stock. Missed. Lost sight of the NCTY. Another one that's just been on a roll. China stock that's been on a roll, over a double in about a week. Plenty of volume also. These are not illiquid situations. Oh, look at this one, just ripping here now, guys. NCTY. And understand, you would have seen, well, I saw this down here in the race. Okay, so it's not just, wow, you're seeing it now and it's so extended. No, as that percentage is increasing and increasing, this is what's happening. Oscar. This is probably another one. It might be another, I guess I'm going to call it, the Roe v. Wade stocks. I think this is another one. Meanwhile, AERC continues. Again, this is a tough trader, though. This is a very tough intraday trader. Take a look at that 15-minute chart in the pre-market for AERC. Take a look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. You know, I mean, 5-minute market opens, topping tails, bottoming tails. Very difficult intraday trader. You know, if you have the you taking a trade like this, you have to have a wider stop. Otherwise, you get stopped out all over the place. But this is super impressive coming off that $10 financing. If you're a newbie, like a complete newbie to trading, Maverick, complete new, like, are you talking about like a complete and utter newbie? First thing I would do is this. My homepage in here. Well, Maverick, can you hear me? Before I start talking about what I would do as a newbie. Maverick, can you hear me? So, William, you have to help me here. Why is PLTK going down? With Joffrey saying they want to take a 20% stake and they're paying $21 for it. But their price is 21. I mean, their price is 21. It's 13.50. Makes no sense to me. Wow, look at BNTC now. Took out that high of yesterday or 2 days ago now. Yeah, well, I got too yeah, I was biased about not taking this one just because of the action yesterday. No, no, it's 21. 20% stake at 21. And this is a shortable stock also. Lots of shares available. 2 million. All right, Euphoria, first 15 minutes, and that SPY candle. And now disaster. Well, not disaster, but now those candles are basically wiping out that first 15. All right, this SERA, S-E-R-A, S-E-R-A, so the high was 260, so it is still kind of hanging in this area. Meanwhile, PLTK just continues its move down. I don't know if it's just reacting to the overall market now, but this was starting. No, that can't be because look at this opening 15-minute candle, big red candle. openings 5, big green. So this is not reacting to the market. This is reacting as if they don't believe it. Whoa, what a nice short. I'm sure you saw that one, Zach. I'm sure you saw your NCTY. That was shortable too. Shoot. That was on your topping play. I'm going to start paying attention to that one. Well, it seemed like, just one moment, please. Again, for you AERC followers over 16 now. Oh, I thought it was over one. You had me going there, Zach. I thought it was over one already, tour. All right, round two maybe for AGRX, maybe. There's the pullback. Yeah, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Well, it appeared to be good news, but that's why it's a little interesting, the price action. And we're talking about the PLTK. Guys, keep an eye on the Sierra. The Sierra now is at the high of the day, SERA, at the high of the day. And the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 398. So that's right, there's room on this one. On the weekly chart, it is 345. So definitely keep an eye on the Sierra. The longer it holds over this at this 260 mark, if it wants to keep running, because it's got room when you look left. If you notice that on the gray, when it was at the top, you may not have noticed it, but the gray was looking like it was surging, and all of a sudden you saw a big red shadow, and that meant it just absolutely pulled right back. Okay, so this is another, again, guys, there's just a lot of these Roe v. Wade stocks. Sierra is another one. So I've got an alert set up here again at 260. See if it takes it out a little bit later. Yeah, maybe that 10 will hold it. KZR, maybe the 10 will hold it. Look at that big topping tail for BNTC on the 15-minute chart. And we have another halt, resume, halt, resume, halt, resume for this LYT. This was, looks like an IPO back here, not that long ago, June 15th, LYT. I remember this one now. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm still seeing some pretty choppy action in the stuff that I'm looking at. Another China stock, YSG, another great run. 72, almost a double in about a week and a half, maybe. YSG. Maybe coming into, I mean, look at all these China stocks that have just come off the bottom here. 46 cents a couple of months ago. Let's take a look at KWeb, how it's holding up. Yeah, oof, look at these bottoming tails also. My favorite Grom. A moment, please. Well, guys, I don't want to lose sight of the SCRA, so I've got this price alert set around 260 for SCRA. I may not take it out. I may not do anything after this, but boy, if it takes it out, there's a lot of room. Yeah, so Maverick, you never answered, so can't help you, man, if you don't answer. Just a tip, if you're going to ask me, I'm not just speaking on any specific person, but if you're going to ask me a question, it would really help to know that you don't have me on mute, number one. Very willing to help, but it's hard to help when somebody asks a question and then I get no response. Another China stock, Dada, is still alive. A lot of China stocks in this. Now I see what you're talking about, Zach. Yeah, no kidding. Look at this Grom. I'm just trying to see what is the reason for this one. Well, we've had 45 minutes straight down now, guys, after that great opening 15-minute candle, which looked, well, it was awesome. But now that's been wiped out by the last 45 minutes. In Revlon, just look, okay, the question is regarding the Syrah. Why do I think it has potential? I mean, listen, it may not, obviously it's pulling all the way back. It may be over. But if you look at a weekly chart, just look at a weekly chart, okay? And Nicolas, hopefully I didn't butcher your name, but just look at a weekly chart. And so the high, but that's why we just put a price alert. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if you look at a weekly chart for Syrah, uh, so you look at a weekly chart. So look what it got to right now. Ooh, there's the AGRX again. Just give me a moment. Okay, so when you look at it, you see what the high was today. It was what, 260. Look left. Now there's a high over here. Took that out, 249. Look at that high right there, 259. Okay, so all I was saying is if it could take that out, then you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is way up here at 340. So that's why I was hoping it would just base underneath that 260 level and then pop through it and maybe have a run up here. Okay, but obviously at this point, it's not going to happen. But that's why we put a price alert and just let it happen. If it happens, great. If not, you just move on. Okay, does that make sense? And I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. That's why you hear me constantly saying, look left, look left, look left. You don't see anything on a daily chart? Then you look at a weekly chart. When I say see something, you don't see like AGRX right now. Obviously, I'm looking here. I can't see any new high that's close. So now I have to look at a weekly chart. And if all this was underneath the price, then I'd have to look at a monthly chart just to keep looking left to see where are the next highs. Where could it stall? Well, AGRX. The other thing too, of course, and look, Syria has completely collapsed now. But there was no, I'm not predicting that it would, that it was going to take this out and move here. But all we can do is put a price alert, and we put a price alert, and if it happens, great. If it doesn't, you just don't, well, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to stare at the chart. Yeah, it looks like KZR is wanting to come off the bottom of 10. I mean, it's still up 76%, okay? And it is traded 22 million. More than likely, this will trade the float today, 51 million in the float. We're an hour and a half in. So I'm sure this is going to trade the float today. Look at BNTC though. Oh man, this is what it was doing yesterday. So when you get into these low float situations, low float, when I say a low float situation, a stock that has a low float, you cannot wander away from your computer. Feeling safe. Oh, I got into this, looks good. Let's go downstairs, make some coffee, make a piece of toast, come back up. And this is exactly what could happen. And again, you hear me talk about the float all the time. So the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So when you look at, the big companies like an Apple or Microsoft, Google, etc., you'll see they'll have a certain number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders, the C-suiters, the insiders, maybe big mutual funds. Wow, HRX. Sorry, guys. What the big mutual funds owns, and you start subtracting that from the shares outstanding because those shares that the mutual funds, the insiders, the C-suiters, etc., they cannot be traded on a daily basis. So the float is in essence the number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So 7 million for me personally, anything under 20 million is what I would call a low float situation. But if you're used to trading Apple and Facebook, well, whatever it's called now, Meta, with 2.2 billion shares in the float, you might look at a low float situation being 100 million. It all depends on what you're used to. But anyway, for me, I consider anything under 20 million low float. So then when we get into a situation where in it, sorry guys, my typing. So when you get into a situation where you've got 4.4 million in the float, that is really, really low. So when you have 4.4 million in the float, and then for whatever reason, a stock is in play. It could be an earnings play. It could have maybe they had a press release. This is what I call a Roe v. Wade stock. Okay, it's all about that. So there's interest. You can just tell the interest. 105 million shares have traded already. There's only 4.4 million in the float. You can do some quick math. It's traded the float over 25 times. Okay, or about 25 times. And so that's why you can get insane moves like 100%. You're not going to get 100% on Facebook or Apple, okay? But that's the good side. The bad side, though, is when the buying dries up, all of a sudden, there's tons of profit taking. The stock can sink like a stone. So I mean, that's the bad side. Every time you say, I keep thinking you're going, wow, $30. Anyway, WOW. This is what I guess Zach is talking about. Said to be evaluating a bid for wow. So there's AGRX, won 8 races so far. Think of the races like this also. There's a new race every 4 minutes. So you have a top list window, and I'm sharing this now. Okay, I have to do. I'm not going to go over my home page in a bit. It's one of the scans that I'm now sharing. So think of the race like this. The 100-meter dash. All lining up. Bang. 10 seconds later, there's a winner. Another race starts. Allow them to jog back to the starting line. Bang. Another race starts. Over and over and over again. Now, you don't have, no, the guy who won the first race doesn't necessarily win the second race, but maybe wins the third race, etc. So over the course of the day, AGR, you'll see the person who has won the most races. That is in essence what's happening here. All the stocks in the top list start, afresh every 4 minutes, and winning a race, meaning what is a stock that is moving the most compared to all the rest of the stocks. That's what the race is all about. So the more times a stock wins a race, obviously it's pretty active. So it probably should be followed. What I like to see is some stock out of nowhere that we haven't even seen all of a sudden, like PTPI. I don't think we've seen this one yet today. Okay. And there it goes. So I'm concentrating almost exclusively now on following these race winners, and not just the winners. I don't have to wait for the race to finish. As the race is happening, you can see what's happening. I mean, you can see the stocks that are surging. So think of it like this. Here's a top list. Let me just do it this way. So here's a top list window. Okay, this is what the race is based on. Taking this top list window. Here's AGRX. So I've sorted it on the change from the open. Okay. The problem is looking at this is that I don't really know, just because this is at the top here in this particular case, because we see AGRX here. But if I'm just looking at a static list here, I can't tell if AGRX is really moving. I can't tell if something down here that looks like it's kind of buried down here is really moving. Can't tell. That's what the races are all about. It's going to show me in my top list, in the symbols that I've got, which stocks are really moving now. You just can't tell by looking at the list. And again, I am sharing it. Okay. So it is now, excuse me, a little after 10:30. It's possible, Denver. I mean, I think I think that Chris has one, but that's the whole idea. All right. The way I've constructed my race is not the be all and the end all. So, you can try that, a 5-minute volume burst. Absolutely. Try it. What I'm not going to do is have, several races going. And this is sort of a test one here. But yeah, try it. But I'm finding this is very good at finding movers. So I've tried to keep it very simple. But constructing a race is just the same as constructing a scan, really. Some people like I've got a way in which I construct my scans. A lot of them are all based on stocks making new highs or lows for the day. Some might want to have a scan based on making a new 5-minute high or a 30-minute high. Then that's fine. So my race is all based on the change from the close, from the open. And what's moving the most on the change from the open. So with that in mind, and last but not least, having one window to look at virtually all day, it's all about the focus. Now I'm not, even though I've got some other little windows here, but they don't give me very many alerts. Okay, and I will look at Zacks also, if things get a little bit slow here, but I would say I'm spending 95% of my time looking at this window. So it has allowed me to focus, focus, focus. So if you click on my home page, first of all, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code. Excuse me, Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on the Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans: an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. AI was pretty active, but I think there's been some stopped out. But look at this. I mean, there's the AGRX still working, up 37% from the original alert at 197. I use it like a watch list, no more, no less. But listen, if you're going to start out and you don't know, first of all, if you don't know our program, do not take on an annual subscription. Start off with a monthly. You can start off with a standard. I mean, what you're seeing here is basically standard. The only difference, premium and standard. I mean, there are some other differences, but this is the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. They get these alerts. You don't have to do anything. They just show up. In other words, there's nothing to construct. You just have, and I'll go over this in a bit, but you just have this window open, and that's it. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you look at, by the way, Javi, look at that stop, 162, 197. Okay, pretty wide stop as an example. So you can start off with a monthly, and this will be is that right? Oh, I'm sorry. Start off with a monthly, 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay. At any time, though, if you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind an annual, we will honor the 15%. So you can always go from monthly to annual, and we'll honor the 15%. If you're going to take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. Like getting started with Trade Ideas. Let's get started. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Okay, spend the 30 minutes before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video. It's all free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week. I don't think this week's is, well, let's see what VIPS is doing now. Now that China is sort of bounced a bit. Not still. So today, this week's trade of the week is did not work. Last week's, of course, worked unbelievably well, which was DQ. I mean, look at this DQ. So the trigger was $60. It got up to 74 today. So that was last week's trade of the week. And it's free though. You can sign up for it and it'll be delivered to your inbox just like it says before about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. The education section, we have a great education section right here. So once you've taken, you can take a look at the user guide. So don't get overwhelmed by what we have in our user guide or we've got a full table of contents here. It's all searchable. What I would do, you should have already done the getting started. I'm going to go over the channel bar. You should know what an alert window is and a top list window is and what the differences are. And then I'm got to get them to move this up. Take a look at the TI stock races. Okay. Don't worry about anything else until you probably do those four things. Get the basics down. Support session. So there is a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time as this one. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today being Tuesday, Michael Noss of Trade Ideas will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. If you have a lot of, I don't go over Brokers Plus as much as I used to, but if you have a lot of Brokers Plus questions, this is that blue window here. You can ask him. If you're into creating your own strategies and back testing them, you need our premium service for that. You can ask him those sorts of questions. I don't back test at all. Also, Chris Varley in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris takes over in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So there's a lot of support all the time. Daily webinars. Today there is one. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And I mentioned Michael Noss. If you're, Maverick, if you can hear me, you're new to trading, this is Michael Noss put this together. It's all free. Starts off with what is a stock? 36 videos, all free. Now, obviously, if you want to have my scans, here's the scan section right here. Click on here. So I've just added this last night, the racing mode, biggest gainers from the open. This is this one up here. But of course, I have other scans that you can take a look at. Sacks, bouncers, and toppers. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So again, all my scans are here. So save my link. If you save my link, then you can look at, you take a look at the getting started at any time you want, my scans, and of course, all the education anytime you want, just by saving my link. Whoa, look at Kezar now, guys. Took out 10. What a disaster. KZR. Damon, I am not even sure. Well, you don't add stocks. It's all based on a top list. Okay, Damon. Now, I am not that familiar with the web-based version. Okay, I'll be brutally frank on that. I don't use it at all. But you don't add, like, the races are all based on a top list. So you don't add, unless you have a symbol list that you created, a watch list that you created, and attached it to the top list. Is that what you've done? Okay, well, so if you've created a symbol list, well, then you attach it. So you're able to attach it. Now, the only way you can add symbols, you can do this a couple of ways. Are you familiar with the my liked symbol list? Okay, so on the fly, you can click a heart. Now, it may take a bit to add, but it will add to your symbol list. So you could click the heart. So if you saw something you like and you've attached, for argument's sake, in your symbol list, and you've attached, where's my liked? My liked. If that's the symbol list you want followed, then you just click it, and now make sure it's only the following lists. And then every time you click on a heart, it'll get added to that. And that's a relatively easy way. Now, in the web-based version, I don't know if you can do this though. Let me bring it up. Again, I don't use the web-based version at all, but let me see what it looks like. Now, I can have both versions open at the same time because I have, a couple of different logins. Okay, so see, I don't even know how you launch a race. Unless I'm on an old version. The user guide though is really geared to the app, the downloadable application. Okay. I don't even know how you can. Can somebody confirm to me who uses the web-based version if racing is even available in the web-based version? Because I don't see the. You see, normally, I would right click and it would say launch race. You have to start off with the top list. And of course, when I do this on a top list window in the app, right click, it says launch real-time stock race. So it's possible then on the web-based version, it's just not available. So there's no way I can help. Well, the only you're going to have to use the app. Now, down the road, will they add it? I'm sure they will, but I cannot tell you when or if. I just want to make sure. I'm just going to ask one of the other traders. Yeah, so you've got a couple of things you could do. I mean, obviously get a PC. That's one. Okay, yeah, there is no way. Yeah, so no, there is no racing in the web-based version. Okay, just had a complete confirmation. I wasn't sure if maybe I was on the previous version or something. If you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, I know there are many at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and that's what they do. Or a cloud bit like a AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. But there is no Mac version application for our product. Okay, guys. So just keep going on my little bit of my spiel here. So first of all, wow? Look at the SPY. What a. So a little disconnect going on here. The Dow is up, but the Nas is down. So a little disconnect between the so-called growth stocks and revenue and value-based stocks. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you, if you go to my homepage, I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans here. Here meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, all these are theme-based channels. So if you click on explosive winners, This is what my race is based on. I mean, I've made some modifications to it, but you know, you're probably going to see if you didn't want to load my scan, you could just go to the explosive winners, and here's the race. They're running it on 10-minute. I mean, you know, it was constructed on a 10-minute race. I mean, it's up to you, completely up to you. You know, but this is basically the same sort of a race. I think I up the minimum volume to 200,000, and I'm racing every 4 minutes. But you know, there's no right or wrong in any of this. And you know, just to show you. So when you see the race setup, so so this is how you would always start. You know, how many minutes you want the race to run. What do you want it to be based on? It can be based on any column that you've got in your top list window. You know, in this case, so if you had, you know, you could have it on the relative volume, you know, the change in relative volume. You know, there's a column. But you know, I'm running this on the change from the open. The only, call it, trick is the delta value. Okay, the sort on. That is what. So I would sort on delta value. That is what is going to keep the ones that are winning at the top. You'll see them at the top. I like to use the replace cars because, you know, I have a top list, might be 100 symbols in it. Something could be starting way at the bottom and starting to move up. And what I'd like it to replace, you know, a car that was at the top. Um, Auto rerun. So that's very key. What you want, in my opinion anyway, you want to have a race. When it's over, you want the next race to automatically start. Okay. And this is kind of cool, this replay. You can replay the last race for the day. And so at the end of the day, say you missed, say you know, you took a day off. Let me just go here. You took a day off and you thought, boy, I wonder what happened today in the races. So you could do the replay. It'll take about, I think it's 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It'll run through very quickly all the races, and then it'll rank them at the end. So this is very good. Also, you notice on the right hand side, there's a list. And so it's number one, it's telling me that AGRX won a race 10 times today. Obviously, something to be followed. So never mind my homepage. Okay, my homepage. Somebody's Monsieur Guillaume. So you're asking, like, never mind my home. Are you talking about my homepage on my the scans that I'm sharing? I'm sorry, that's what you meant. Okay. Well, every day. It's just based on the same top list every single day. So you don't have to worry about that. You know, it's taking this top list, which is, that's it. So there's nothing to do. It's always this one, not attached, but you know, I launched the real-time race. And if you want to stretch it out, you know, more than 10 race lanes, then you have to elongate this window. And then it's kind of hokey right now to do it this way, but you know, and then you can start to increase the number of lanes. So if you go to my homepage and you load this one, you'll be saying should see exactly the same thing that I see every day. No, this is not anything to do. This is nothing to do with my liked. This one does, okay, because I can't share it because I can't share my liked. Not that I don't want to, but it's just right now that's a limitation on the program. This has got nothing to do with my liked. This is just a top list, just a normal top list. There's nothing. There's no symbol list attached to it. You know, I exclude the following. I don't want warrants and ETFs and things like that, but it's just a general top list. Okay. And you can see this is the way the replace works. You can see, and I listen. I admit it looks kind of jumbled. You see how when something, say this TME's really started to run, you would see it start to get up to the top. Okay, this way is in the non-replace, and so you will just see, which is okay. The problem is if your top list window, what if there's some stocks way down here? Okay, and if screen space is not an issue and you can elongate this as big as you want, fine. If that makes sense. But if screen space is a bit of an issue, then you would want something that's way down here that you can't see. I guess I don't have that many in this watch list. That's why it's easy enough to see these. Actually, that's not true. Yeah. So I don't want to get too into the weeds on this, but there will be changes, improvements, certainly on how smooth these things. There's a lot of data being pumped into this. Oh my gosh. How long have I been on mute? I think I coughed. Oh no. That I know is not true. Hello, real. That I know is not true. 2 minutes or so? Okay. Yeah, since I said good morning. Okay, I am putting myself on mute now. That's what I was going to do. I was going to put myself on mute, and then I was on mute. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, just a little bit longer, a couple more minutes. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. Okay, so this PTPI is, you know what? It's kind of holding tough here. Another low float, 14.4 million in the float. Um, okay, so they were okay, so this is not good news, obviously. So they've got to somehow get their share price above $1. All right, so they've got 180 days to regain. They've got 180 days to get over $1. So they're going to have to either do a couple things. Well, they've obviously had a reverse, I shouldn't say obviously, but they've probably had a reverse split in the past because that's not very many shares, but they might have to do another one. Anyway, that's the reason, I guess, for the PTPI. Mm. No, 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 this is fine. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTuber. This is fine, okay? Most of the things here are going to be very, very similar, okay? Because it's based on this top list window, which I think is fine. So don't get hung up. I almost feel like I should just get rid of this. It might be too confusing, but I just wanted to see if there are any subtle differences. That's all. Okay, so DATS and also GROM. DATS on the way here. I look at DWAC. DATS and DWAC used to kind of trade. Oof, still nothing for that one. DATS. How about FUN? FPHUN. That moving also? No. So DATS is on its own here. Dat chat. But coming into a lot of resistance in my opinion. Look at that daily chart. All that action up in this area. Now the other thing is, yeah, this is the race setup that I am sharing. But for instance, if you didn't want, and it just happens that a lot of these are low price stocks. Why? Well, let's take a look at, okay, actually, that is incorrect. Is this one it's based on? I think. Yeah, so the price is between 1 and 50. It has to be up at least 2% from the close and 200,000 shares. Okay, so I'm surprised there are not more stocks that are, in the 10 to 20 to 30 range, but it's just this filter. I mean, it's just not really conducive to that. But if you were looking for stocks, in other words, some say, well, I don't really like these cheap stocks. That's fine. All you have to then add is the if you click on cap, for instance, market cap. Okay, you click on market cap and you could add the filter and then you could put a minimum market cap, 100 million, 200 million, whatever you want. And then that'll eliminate some of these lower price ones if that's what you want to do. Because I do get that question. So my spiel has been interrupted a few times here. So what I did want to say though, if You want to build your own scans? Of course you can. I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There are a lot of scans in that channel bar. They're all theme-based layouts. They all have different scans in there. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right-click, configure, and now, well, first of all, what I should have done, let's go to the Momo channel. So I'm going to new dock channel bar. I'm going to go to the momentum channel. It's a very popular one. As long as where are you? There you are. All right, so here is the momentum channel, okay? And these are the scans that make up the momentum channel. So if you saw something that you liked, this alert window called momentum, and you click on the alert, PRPH, you can see the chart right there. Now, why does it say 11:05 when the time is 11:13? Because when you load any scan, you're always going to see the last one. Okay, so at 11:05, when the price was 14:06, and in fact, it could take that out very soon when we'll get another alert, because all these are real-time alerts. That's what we're really good at. So if I right-click configure and click on summary, this is going to tell me exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this case, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. Okay, the concept is this: you start off with some filters in order to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you have some kind of a trigger, some kind of an alert. In this case, it's a new high. So if all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. Okay, you can just see if PRPH hit 1407, that should give us a real-time alert right up there. Now, at any point, if you like this scan the way it is, you can save it to the cloud. But if you wanted to make a modification, and that goes obviously for my scans too, say you didn't like that price range, you're more comfortable 10 and 100. From the summary, see how it's changed. Then you could say okay, and then you could, right click, and then you duplicate into a free floating window. So basically what that does, it takes it out of this layout, takes it out of the layout, and it showed up on another monitor. Here it is. And then you just save it to the cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. When you do that, now it's in the cloud. Now you can go to another channel and for instance, that explosive winners, if you like that race or something else from it, you just save it to the cloud. And then what you've basically done is extracted scans that we have created for you, save them to the cloud, then you can bring them back one at a time and creating your own layout without actually knowing how to build a scan in the first place. Well, from scratch. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right click, configure, and now instead of summary, I'm going to click on search. So when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts. These are real-time alerts when we see these icons. And if I scroll to the down here, I see these icons. These are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to know them all. We obviously had to create a number of them because, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We felt if we create enough of them, then, for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So don't get hung up on how many we have. I hardly use, I use maybe I should actually run through it one day, 0.5% of them. I don't know. Most of them I don't know. I don't care about them. But you might. You see, so that's why we have a filter or an alert for you. Look at this market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Almost an hour and 45 minutes straight down after that big pop up. Now, if you're new to trading, I would practice trading first. Okay, we have a great simulator here. This window that you see here, I don't go over it very much. You know why? Because I hardly get any questions here about it in terms of connecting to an IB or E-Trade account and using it to trade. But I will briefly go over it. Michael Knotts, who will be in our YouTube room, knows way more about it than I do, but I don't use it. I use it to demonstrate it as a simulator, but I do not use it to trade my account. Nothing wrong with it. It's just that for me personally, I don't see it. It's a big advantage to do it. Some people, though, if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, I popped in a video or a link. It's called Brokerage Plus. There were 2 videos. One video, a short video, if you do have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can trade from within Trade Ideas using this window. Okay, and you load it from our toolbar. You click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Now, one of the reasons I don't use it, and I probably would use it if I weren't doing what I'm doing, because what I like to do is show its use as a simulator. So there's no way I'm going to, trading requires, a lot of concentration. Obviously, I don't want to make any mistakes. So I don't want to think I'm in my simulator when I'm actually in my live account and, mess it up. So consequently, there's no way I'm going to toggle back and forth. The other thing is I'm usually in not more than 2 trades at a time anyway. So I don't, I don't, I've been using IB for so long now. I'm so used to it. But anyway, this is the Brokerage Plus window. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. And again, if you have more detailed questions, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room at about 40 minutes from now. But how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, because if you're new to trading, and I was going to try to help Maverick, wanted to show him, the videos that he could take a look at to get started, just to understand the concepts of charts and candlesticks and support, resistance, etc. And then the next step is to practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service, and then you can practice. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. You can use our standard service. You click on SIM. Let me just disconnect. This is what you'd see. It would say not connected. You click on SIM, and then that'll change to account. When it changes to account, click on it, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you are in this simulator. And very simple to use. When you click on a symbol, the symbol will show up. And then you click how many shares, or you pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. So let's just take a trade right now. Wow, look at this market. Holy smokes. Look at this market, guys. After such an encouraging open, if you're looking to go long. So let's just say I wanted to take this PTPI, okay? I'm going to go over a little bit of money management and all also. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. The bid ask, it's a penny, so I can go in at the market. Excuse me. So I'm going to buy it, and then it sort of sets it up, and then you send it. And then it's going to appear here. Okay. Got in at 104. I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this at 84 cents. When I add the stop, you're going to see it right on the chart, and it's going to say approximately minus 100. A red line will appear. It'll be approximately minus 100. There it is, minus 97.50. Okay, so before I take a trade, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. Now, would I do this right now? No, not that it's really following the market, but I'm just using this for demonstration purposes, okay? But I will have a checklist, okay? Now, my checklist isn't, people ask, well, what's your checklist? First of all, if you're starting out, you've got to figure out what sort of a trader you want to be. Now, other than the snarky answer, I want to be a profitable trader. What I'm more talking about is some people like to see stocks that have pulled back, like this one, and maybe to an area of support. And if it bounces off support, they want to take that trade. Okay. I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But I didn't know that when I started out. I had to figure it out for myself. What kind of pleased my eye when I was looking at charts. So that's what I'm saying. You have to practice in the simulator. You won't know if you're just brand new. You won't know what makes sense to you. So before I take a trade, I've got say a checklist that every box has to be checked, or I don't take the trade. In other words, I'm really looking for reasons not to take a trade. Now, a lot of the things that I would have to check are already answered in the scans that I've got, because I'm never going to see anything with not enough volume, because I'm always going to have a minimum volume. I'm always going to see things in a price range that I like. I'm probably only going to see things that are have high enough relative volume, meaning that there's going to be enough liquidity during the day for me to get in and out if I want to do that. So a lot of things are already checked in the scans that I've got. And after that, I click on the alert. Then I start checking to see what sort of room it has on the daily, weekly, and a monthly. What is the market doing, especially a stock that is kind of following the market? So, it's not a matter. So even though, everything it looks good in my scans, I'm always going to check. I'm never going to auto trade anything in my life. So when I get an alert, I'm not auto trading it. I'm always going to look to see what's happening. So let's just say, okay, great. Everything checks out. I want to take the trade. Next step, how much are you willing to lose on the trade? Okay. How much are you willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Just because, I get into a trade and everything looks fabulous doesn't mean it's going to work. So I always have an out. I always have a price that I'm getting out of the trade. Now, if I were starting out, because how I do it is I typically look at a 5-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, and I size up what I think might be a good support area. In other words, an area where there's a lot of activity, a certain price. If it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. But it's not easy necessarily. My idea of support may not be yours. So what I would do probably to start out, and here's how you can practice. Maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what that number is. There's no guesswork. So if you do that, so that's good. So let's just say that you agree, okay, that's how I'm going to practice. How many shares are you going to take? Well, how many shares you take will be dictated, how I trade anyway, is how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? In other words, how much are you willing to risk? Hope it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. That's why it says, approximately 100 says minus 97.50. How I trade, I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 then 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So why did I take 500? Because remember, I'm risking $100 on the trade. I entered at 104. Remember, I knew where my stop was going to be. So that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. Again, all to make the math super simple. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. So let's say you're risking $50 a trade, and and all you have to do then in your Excel spreadsheet is type in your entry and your stop. It'll automatically subtract it. So let's just say it was 15 cents. You'd be dividing 15 cents into, say, your $50 that you're willing to risk, and that'll generate how many shares you're going to take. Okay, so there's look at this market sell-off, guys. Wow. So anyway, that's why you've got to practice. I mean, there's a lot to trading. Just the mechanics of taking a trade and how many shares you're going to take and how much are you going to risk, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're listening to me and you think, yeah, okay, that all makes sense. I'm going to do that. Now, practice in the simulator. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you attach to your live account. Okay, just forget about it. Because here's what can start to happen. Even if you can make money in the simulator, all of a sudden when you got real money on the line, emotions and discipline, well, emotions come into play certainly, and all the discipline that you might have, you obeyed your stop, you got out when you were supposed to. You know what? Maybe you start to second guess. So consequently, this is what can happen. You take your stop, you put your stop in. This seems like the most fabulous trade ever. Everything lines up. There's even great news. News is not one of my things I have to check. Okay, but there's even great news. How can it not work? Well, sometimes, I mean, the greatest setups of all time, sometimes they just don't work. So as it starts approaching your stop, you start really second guessing why you put your stop there. Even if it is, the blow of the previous 5-minute candle, you think, you know what, this has got to work. It's just too good. So now your manageable $100 loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Well, anything's possible, Jordy. I mean, if I look left, I mean, I just took this PT. This is in the simulator, Jordy, right? I just wanted to show how the mechanics of doing something like this. But the problem is the next high. I mean, there's a high of 124 today. Is that today? So, I mean, that could stall it. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 122 also. So there's a little bit of, work to get through. Again, I'm just showing you this in the simulator. I mean, if it can make through that, then the next high in the monthly chart is 179. But there's a lot of baggage in this one. I mean, they've got 180 days to get over $1. So they're in severe non-compliance mode right now. So almost as bad, though, guys, just to wrap this up, almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down $200, $300, $400, sweating bullets, and then it does come back. And now all of a sudden you're up to $300, $400, and you're really happy you didn't obey your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. And it can happen. It can happen several times. But in my experience, not obeying your stop over and over again is a way in which you can just destroy your account. But it's up to you. Okay. We've laid the groundworks for you. You can practice in the simulator. until you get profitable in the same simulator. I know the attraction is to want to start trading right away. And if you listen to Michael when he comes in at noon, he's always going to talk about having a trading plan. And the plan can be, I mean, just like I'm saying, have a checklist of why you're going to get into a trade. Now, if you have a checklist and you keep taking trades and you keep getting stopped out, obviously it's not a very good plan. You better revise it. And why are you taking trades all the time and you're always getting stopped out? But that's why you practice in a simulator. How's K-Web doing with this big market downturn? Is it doing the same thing? Yes, it is. So all those China stocks, all those China plays that were really looking really good in the pre-market are probably just all just doing exactly this. But let's see how Riot is doing with that $45 price target. Insane. $42, sorry, by Cantor Fitzgerald. Insane. Now, if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. So if you take a trade in the simulator and you don't exit it at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. These are on the side here. These are all hotkeys that we've got for you. So if you click on imagine I had a bunch of trades in here. You just highlight the one you want. You can flatten it. That'll get you out of the trade. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double your position. Okay. So these are hotkeys that we have. So let's take a look at our sector status and how different it is going to look. So I'm going to click on new and then the dock channel bar. And then I'm going to click on the sector. I'm going to click on the sector change. So what I did is I took the sector status. Now, instead of the change from the close, we're going to be looking at the change from the open. This is going to look really, really different. Because remember, when we looked at the sector status here, now I'll just bring it up. Well, I don't have to. When we looked at the sector status 10 minutes before the market opened, virtually every sector, was positive. All the energy stocks were above yesterday's close. That's at 100%. Technology, 90% of them were above. Every single sector was very positive compared to yesterday's close. Now, what I've done is I've loaded this again, but now instead of from the close, I'm looking at the change from the open. So look at the technology stocks. What this is telling you right here, XLK, that's the big ETF for technology. Virtually 100% of them are now down from the open. So they open at a certain price and they're below that price. Okay, communications, 90%. Even oil. I mean, oil, there's still, this is probably other than utilities, which is typical. A lot of people, when the market down a bit of a downturn, people go to dividend bearing stocks, which typically a lot of the utilities are. So I sort of dismiss that one. But even the energy stocks, only 42% are above the open today. So I mean, look what's happened. But especially in technology, I mean, technology is getting ruined here. All right, guys, let's see, 11:38. So I just want to confirm that it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I'm just going to wait for him to answer. So again, if you're looking for a lot more information about using Brokerage Plus or maybe back, yeah, okay, just answer. So it's him. Yeah, I mean, look at LVS. I mean, it's still positive for the day. I mean, this was up like most of the gaming stocks, especially out of Macau. That was, renewed optimism if, the COVID restrictions are being reduced, China. So the gaming stocks were really up this morning. So again, guys, with the racing here, now the column that is generated throughout the day, this can be a great watch list for the day. So for instance, you see AGRX, okay? Now, if you never got in the very first time, maybe it sets up later on, okay? You click on it, check to see what's happening. Maybe put a price alert somewhere. It looks interesting. Maybe if it takes out 250, if that makes sense to you, okay? Go through them, especially the ones that won races multiple times. Gray was a mess, I think. Yeah, I mean, Gray's, I wouldn't consider it, but you get the idea that this is a great watch list also. And again, I see how it's kind of like slow, excruciatingly slow. But again, this is in its infancy. Pets was, I mean, look at Pets, up, down, up, down. Wow. So, right now I'm just sitting on my hands. I mean, I'd like to see some shorts. I'm looking, I'd love to see some more topping plays from Zach, but just not happening. When I say not happening, I'm talking about from his scan. One of the ones I'm sharing. No, man, it's LYT. So this just resumed again. Boy, this has been halted, resumed all day long. LYT. Unfortunately, at least now there are no shorts available. It looks like it's gonna get halted again. Just looking at that little blue dot. I don't know if shorts were available earlier, but wow. I mean, wow. Anybody with I Interactive Brokers know if shorts were available for LYT earlier? I mean, when it was up around 40? What how terrible is that? H&R Block from Zach. H&R Block, HRB. Yeah, another just, moving with the market, guys, just moving with the market. These are not alpha stocks. They're just basically following what the market is doing. You guys, give me a moment. I'm just checking some, excuse me, some emails. Interesting. Excuse me, AGRX is still strong. AXM. Well, this was a wild one yesterday. So what I'd like to see happen in the race is some stock that we haven't seen today just starts to run coming out of nowhere. This is really good for picking those up. All right, guys, I'm just biding my time right now, just waiting for Michael to show up, probably in about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little less, in our YouTube room. What I'm going to do is just stick the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there between 12 and 1 and listen to Michael, and he's going to say, I almost guarantee it, he's going to talk about a trading plan, as long as it meets your trading plan. And okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so the change from the close, okay, so Orange Blossom, the question was, what's the difference between the change from the open and the change from the close? So the change from the close is whatever the price was at 4 o'clock, okay? That is the close. So that'd be yesterday. So obviously, if a stock closed at $10 yesterday and now it's at $11 today, the change from the close is, approximately 10%. Okay, makes sense. So whatever it's closed at yesterday, and then whatever in relation to that, that'll be the change from the close. Change from the open. The open is the very first trade of the day. So it's the same thing. If the first trade of the day for a stock was at $10 and now it's at 11, the change from the open would be, 10%. But that's why you could have a stock that is down a lot from yesterday's close. No, let's just say for fun, a stock closed at $10 and it opened at 5 today, but now it's at 8. Okay, so it's still down a lot from yesterday's close, but it's up a lot from today's open. In other words, it is trying to rebound. Okay, make sense? So the close is yesterday's close at 4 o'clock. We don't count post market or anything like that. What was the price at 4 o'clock? That is yesterday's close. What is today's price in relation to that? And that, of course, that'll change all day long. I like the change from the open, yes. Real taught me that. Because again, it always like always wanting to see things, the change from the close being positive, sort of punishes stocks that maybe, okay, they really opened horribly, but now they're really recovering during the day. They might have some tremendous percentage increases from that opening trade, but they could still be way down from yesterday's close. Is that sleep number in NBR? Crazy. 38? Crazy. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, LYT just opened. Are we going to get a bounce on this one at all? I mean, we haven't really. I mean, I suppose there was a bounce from 25. I know that was a great big bounce, but since then, this has just been falling, falling, falling. LYT, lifetime low now. Just not, just not available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, I see. Okay, you're right. SNBR is sleep number, not NNBR. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Should be any moment now. And I'll take my break. I mean, these keys are still up 56%, guys. It is still up 56%. But what a drop. So there's Orange Blossom. There is another way to look at this. You know, when if you looked at this one, keys are wow up 56%. But look where it has dropped. Well, actually, the percentage isn't that horrible, but you know, it has come from 11 down to 9. You know, and dropping from the open. So, you know, that would give you a distorted figure. If you just looked at this and said, oh man, there's a good looking stock up 55%, you wouldn't necessarily realize that it is doing this on you unless you're actually looking at the open. Oh, the TARC. How's SARC doing? I don't think it's probably not doing too well. Oh, I mean, yeah, SARC is doing great. ARC, not so good. Yeah, I mean, these RV weight stocks are, that's why AGRX may not be over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've mixed this up with something else. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Veru, Veru. Sorry. Oh, is this China also? China? Yeah, no, it's Canadian. That's right. It's Canadian. But Yeah, okay. Probably catering to Chinese students, headquartered in Markham, but basically probably a Chinese educator. Yeah, not dead. I mean, this was a quick one for me on this move here, but yeah, not dead. Just basing. Mr. Michael Noss, I just heard a little ping, a little pop in the room, so you must be there,
Yes, sir. What's going on?
sir. What's going on is, well, pretty interesting action on the SPY today, wouldn't you think? That
Yeah.
opening, that opening 15-minute candle looked like, wow, fantastic, obviously. Look at the sell-off we've had. I mean, that is,
To be expected, it's I've been kind of screaming from the rooftops the best I can just to remind everybody we're in a bear market, right? And I feel like we've kind of have a duty to tell the new people who haven't been in a bear market before that these kind of rallies are super common, right? I think there's a like you remember 2008, and I remember somewhat of the even earlier, but you would get these 20-30% rockets out of the market before it would just turn back down, and you get this group of people that's excited every time we bounce, and they go, okay, that's it. And you hear all the uh, is the bottom in question mark all over the internet, and
mhm.
until we see that higher low, it's just a bounce and a downtrend.
I guess the only thing that surprised me about it, though, is that it's been relentless, not one pause. It's been just sort of relentless, not one green candle at all for almost 2.5 hours. So that's the only thing, after that first 15-minute candle. Remember, we were in a gap up position to begin with, and then we had that first 15-minute candle. It's just, I mean, yes, we're in a bear market, absolutely, but straight down for 2.5 hours. We haven't seen that. Like straight down. I haven't seen
It'll
that for
be
a while.
interesting. Well, we've got JPOW um, tomorrow talking about something. So
Yeah.
uh, that'll be interesting. Maybe this
Yeah.
is just a buying opportunity dip, but
the,
for
the
me
old buying
personally, I'm
opportunity.
I'm definitely not until I see that higher low, right? Until we
Yeah.
get a technical trend change. I'm just kind of uh, scalping, doing a lot of day trading, doing a lot of really short term swinging, that kind of stuff. And then TI
Yeah.
strength, it's still some of the most boring stuff imaginable, but still holding up really well.
All right, Mike. Well, I'll let you talk about that while I take my break. So I'll probably show up maybe 5 to 1 and maybe have a little chat before you take off.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Okay. Bye bye.
Have a good one. Okay, everyone. Now that the teacher's left, um, if you're new here, you're wondering what's going on, is we open up the room to live Q&A, and we do that for 1 hour every single day with a different trader, which is something that Trade Ideas does that I think is awesome. Um, so I will be here just to answer any questions you guys have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that for an entire hour. So the more you ask, the less I waffle on about random stuff. I always like to say as well, because we don't really have anything prepared, just because we want to make sure that we're ready and going for question marks. Um, but yeah, like Barry was saying, sell off in the SPY. It didn't shock me really one bit. If you kind of zoom out a little bit as us swing traders and longer term traders like myself do, we're in a pretty obvious downtrend here. So until I see some sort of evidence that we're no longer in a downtrend, I'm going to continue to trade Relative strength, like I always do. I'm going to continue to day trade more than I normally do. Trade different security types, that kind of stuff. Just kind of sidestep it until it changes. And anyone who's, I guess, been attending these for any length of time, or following myself across my personal YouTube or Twitter or anything, I was always just saying the exact opposite here. Right? It's funny, there are people now bragging about being right about the bear market, but these were the same people that every time the market was selling off here, they were going, okay, that's it, that's the top. Right, there we go, there's the top, there's the top. Like every time it goes down, and right, you'll see the same people that every time we get a bounce now, they go, okay, well, there's the bottom. Right, so these are just counter trend until, so what I'm looking for is just a change in trend. So at some point, we will have some sort of higher low made, and then that will create a higher high, and that's our change in trend. And at that point, I will start to look to get involved a little bit more aggressively. But while we are still just kind of in this downtrend, there's no reason to think that it's going to change. It makes your life way easier. TCOM, never heard of TCOM. China, it's interesting. China is relatively strong to the rest of the market right now. For me, it's just for a swing, it's moved too far and it's got a bunch here around 30. So I would be interested in this until it kind of chills out for a little bit. See, it had earnings yesterday. So, perfect world. If I were to be looking at something like this, would be like just some sort of basing action around this prior high, and then maybe take it as a breaks through. Details on the race window. Let me open one up. I guess we can just create one from scratch. That might be better. So what you need to first do is find out what top list you want to monitor. A race is just a way to monitor a top list in a little bit of a different visual format. So you find out whatever top list you want to monitor. I've got this one open now that's just got the TI strength alert symbols in here. You just right click and you'll launch real-time stock race. Move it up here so it's easier to see, and then you're presented with all of your settings. So you kind of go through and do that as you need. For me, I always show the company logos. I think the race cars are a little kitty, but right, how long you want the race to run for, what you want it to be based off of, which are all header bars in the actual top list. So if you don't see what you want it to run by, you have to just add that into the header bar of the top list. Because again, all of this is just based off of a different way to look at a top list. So you need to see the same thing. So let's just go, I don't know, change from the close, and then we'll sort by, and this is just going to show you, we'll sort by change from the close as well. We'll turn on auto rerun. And then that's it. Then you just hit go. And again, it will just show me based off of kind of what's moving at the time. Now, these TI strength calls this week aren't going to be dramatic movers, but it will just tell me what is up the most from the change in the close. So, right, you see IBM moving a little bit. That could show you that IBM is moving a little bit relative to the other ones. Let's zoom into a 5-minute chart. So you can see it's bouncing a little bit here. STKL is moving a little bit. Right, you can see that's bouncing a little bit here. So that's how you do it. You just have to first find whatever top list you want to run the race off of, and then go from there. Just think of it again like a way to pull a column from a top list and have it kind of monitor that in real time. Right, so just of this list, right, STKL is the one that's kind of bouncing the most on a percentage basis, which makes sense because it's a cheaper stock. So any little move in STKL is going to be a bigger move on a percentage basis. Just kind of makes sense there. I'm just using that. I have all of these trades on in my real account as well. So I'm just keeping an eye on this panel for all of the intraday trades I've got in my real account, so I can stay focused. I've been short gold here for a while now. Actually, short GDX is my way to trade gold. The idea was just a simple gold sucks, right? It's gold and silver have to both be kind of the worst investments on earth, right? We're in rampant inflation. We are in a bear market, and gold just can't get going. So if it's not going to be able to go when we have rampant inflation and a bearish market, the question is when. So then I watched this kind of bull flag that was happening right here on this downtrend. So I'm short some in here, but I'm watching it just on an intraday basis, and it's holding on actually pretty well. And it may just be because of the market kind of crapping, but it's holding on here okay. I'm just really kind of keeping a close eye on it because we are at this long-term support back here. So I need to consider whether or not it's time to exit and move on, right? Are we going to get a bounce from here that I just don't want to be a part of, and then maybe look for another short opportunity here? Or are we going to break through? My theory is always the more times you test a support zone, the more times you're likely to hammer through it. So, but I just need to watch it closely. I've got some really good unrealized gains that I just want to make sure I'm not letting go completely. NRGU is going up on my gainers top list. Now I'm more of a swing trader, so I don't. So yeah, that's just an awful. So it's a 3-time leverage oil play. So you just probably look at oil. It's probably the best way to look at it. If you're bullish on oil here, then maybe NRGU. So I don't know. That's just for me in my time frame. That thing has just gotten killed. So it's leverage, so be careful there as well, right? You're going to have those as well. So yeah, it's just an oil ETF. So if you're bullish on oil, that's fine. But it makes sense that it would be the top of a race just because it's 3 times leverage. Right? It's important to know. It's just it's a data visualization tool. It's not magic, right? It's not going to replace the actual trading plan. So you need to use that in conjunction with chart reading and risk management and all the things that make up a trading plan. Bull's flag scan for 5 or 15 minutes. Not yet. We have this one for the daily chart. We're getting very soon. We're going to update this list into something that's way more reasonable. And then I'm going to be making intraday versions of all the scans that are in this list. So we're just waiting for that to come because it's gotten to the point where it's pretty huge. But as soon as that comes in, you'll see for every scan that is on here, it will have it broken down by different time frames as well. So there will be a bull flag for 1, 5, 15, and probably 30-minute. Using the same logic that there is for daily. It's just one of those that I don't think they originally thought when they were building the interface how popular the Market Explorer would become. So it's got tons and tons of scans in it already, and I'm planning on building way more. I actually have, if anyone is a trader of the strat, I've actually got some meetings coming up after this where I'm going to start to work to build a whole suite of the strat trading for inside the Market Explorer. So that'll be interesting. They do not work for normal. No, we don't have a bull flag technically. Now, if it's one of those with the normal top list, it's one of those that you could, if you can build one based off of the different scans that you find in here, then certainly you can go right ahead. But we don't have one that just kind of quantifies a bull flag the way we do for the daily. But soon in the Market Explorer, there'll be ones there. It's one of those things that with those technical patterns, it's very subjective, right? I'm a chartered market technician myself, and I know from writing the exams and everything, you put 10 technicians in a room and you ask them, is this a bull flag? And you're going to get 10 different answers. Very surprising watching Hood here, even with that buyout rumor completely debunked. You can see I'm long here. This is a demo account, but I have the same trades going on pretty much in my real account. I just, the days that I trade or that I do this, I make sure I've got them over here so I can watch. But yeah, so it had this buyout rumor yesterday, and then FTX came through and said, no, we're not planning on buying you out, but it's still holding really strong, especially when you look at the overall market, right? The other meme stocks are falling back apart. It's starting to make me really sad, to be honest, right? Every single spike, like it doesn't take a technician just to know that all of these are just happening at lower highs and lower highs over and over and over again. But every now and then it gets a spike, and then it gets trending on Twitter and everyone keeps buying in, and then Citadel gets rich because they're, taking the other half of those options trades and then right back down. Same with all of them, right? GME getting hammered, MC breaking down here. That's going to go, I think, with the gold. DWAC, absolute just dumpster fire. Even BlackBerry, which has a Canadian, this is always a sore subject. Oh, look at that. We're actually holding up today. Go Team Canada. BlackBerry is always a bit of a sore subject for us Canadians. We were on top of the smartphone world for a little bit. What else? Bed Bath and Beyond. That was a meme stock as well. Yeah, that's looking horrible. Because yeah, it's to the point now where I know, like, these rallies for sure, right? They're getting smacked, and I think it's probably the hedge funds at this point trying to cause the rallies just to see if they can get someone to easy to trade against. Hood, but yeah, it's just shocking that they got friend zoned after that news, right? The news came out late yesterday and it goes, oh, FTX is going to buy Robinhood. And then FTX comes out later and goes, no, we're not. but it's still holding up. Not a big short float, only 9%, so it can't be them that are in trouble. Yeah, we always got a short float here, 10% if you round, I guess. So it's not bad. But really, it's one of those days. Like I hate to say there's nothing going on because of course there is, because the market's just kind of tanking here. But uh relatively speaking, there's really nothing to do at this point. It's one of those things as a trend trader, there's days like this where I just go, I just kind of put my hands up. There's nothing. I'm not going to be buying just down here. Just right. We're obviously in a pretty wicked downtrend on the daily chart or on the intraday chart, and I'm not going to short down here because we're obviously very extended. So unless we get some sort of a bounce and then set up somewhere here that I can take a short on, then maybe. But I don't like to day trade late in the day anyway. Usually noon for my entering new day trades is kind of my cutoff. But I've got a couple longs and one short. So I'm short AMC and I'm long Hood and this HTNT. Again, here and then a little in my personal account as well. I just putting it here so I can keep an eye on it. This one looks like it might be breaking out here, which would be interesting. I'll just end up selling more. These are just day trades, so. But yeah, just shocking that Hood came back in. Nice buy in this area. Scalped out handful, put the stop the low of the day. And I just fully expected this thing to come and stop me out, but it's holding pretty well. And then AMC was just, it gapped down off the open after putting in this crazy day. One of the easiest things you can do in the world is just short these meme stocks after recent bounces. They're not heavily shorted, so they're easy to find shorts for. And gaps down, rallies up, and then it puts in this topping tail. So I took a short there, and then I just kind of put my stop over these prior highs right here. Almost got me, and then just started to sell. So just covering kind of on the way down. That was it. And I do all of my stuff in kind of that first half hour or so of the day, and then work on algorithms and trading plans and all that kind of stuff for the rest of the day. And then on the evening is when I actually look at my swing trade. So an hour before the close is the first time I'll actually even open up my swing trading account and kind of poke around. I'm surprised the short float not higher on Hoodie. Yeah, oh, I'm with you. You'd see a chart like this, right? That just, down, 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 down. You would imagine there'd be people out there that were looking to short anywhere. It's like if you had taken a short in Hood anywhere except day one, you pretty much made money on it. It's kind of the same with stuff like DWAC. Other than that crazy pop it put in, after that you could have shorted anywhere. Any of these bear flags, they would have been profitable. But yeah, with Hood, I'm shocked that, well, and especially that all the people that hate it as a company, you would imagine there'd be some people betting against it, but it's not. It is what it is, right? I just follow the chart. So this is just a day trade for it. It will be interesting if this thing can kind of reclaim. It's got a pretty obvious level here around 10. Right? We've got these highs here, and then we've got all these lows in here. So again, what I'm always looking for is for the sellers to kind of dry up. So if we can reclaim 10 and then maybe we come back and test 10 and then start to push off it, that's probably where I would look to buy some. It's just one of those things that $20 is just where it was a couple weeks ago. So do I think the thing's going to get back to like $70 or something? No. I mean, Robinhood's never going back to 70. Peloton's not going back to 150. Zoom's not going back to 700, right? GME's not going back to 400. These things are just, they're dying. But same with Peloton, right? If this ever gave a setup, some sort of a lower high or something, and you could take it up into 20, that's your double, right? You move on with your life. How can races help a swing trader? I personally don't, as a swing trader, I don't use them. I know there's going to be some additions coming in at some point where they're going to kind of stick, I guess, day after day. So when they're building up data, that's fine. But I just don't use it myself. That's one of the beauty of trade ideas, right? You gotta, there is so much that trade ideas offers, and often that can be confusing, and often it can be more harm than good, right? Where it's like, this, what you're looking at right now, is my layout. I have, this is a virtual machine, and I move this over to another monitor when I'm not demoing stuff. I put this up on another monitor, and it's got this one, and then it's just got a whole bunch of thumbnail charts just for me to keep an eye on things. But this is all you're looking at. This is all I look at, right? I watch a couple scans here that I scan through at night, most of which now are on the Market Explorer. I have these two charts, and that's it. So it's one of those things that, just because we give all of these features doesn't mean you have to use them all, right? Using more features in your trading isn't going to make you a better trader, right? It's one of those things that there's an old saying somewhere. I wonder if I can see it here. I quoted this. I found it the other day. And this is one of, I just don't want to bastardize it. Hold on. I can't find it. Hold. Anyway, the saying goes something like, no, I can't. Thought I could find it. But yeah, there's the saying is basically something to the effect that a strategy is not completed when nothing more can be added. It's completed when nothing more can be taken away, right? So it's one of those things that you should look at all of the different tools that Trade Ideas offers, and then you should hone in on the few that really make a difference to your trading. So for me, I'm a chartered market technician, so I focus heavily on the chart side of things. I want to see, it doesn't matter to me which thing is winning a race, because I don't want to look at the stock that's going up the most or down the most. It's just not what interests me as a trader. What interests me as a trader is I'm a what's called a setup driven trader. So I have written and tested trading plans that I have written down that say, when you see this setup, you do this, and this is your stop, and this is your profit target, and blah, blah, blah. So for me, what I use a lot of is the scanning. I scan at night. I build a watch list that I'm going to watch the next day. I use Brokerage Plus to place my trades. I use the charts, obviously, for charting. I love the single stock window for just a good snapshot of what the company does and all of this. So I have my subset of tools that I use and that I like. And then someone like Barry, who's a momentum day trader and a scalper, uses a completely different set of tools, right? For him, the stock that's moving in the moment is very important. For me, the stock that's moving in the moment is completely irrelevant, because I'm not one of those that I look for momentum and then look to get in on momentum and then go from there. I'm one where I create a plan or a strategy and then I wait to implement it, right? So, trying to find an analogy, but it's like, you know, I'm the guy who will set up the fishing net. I do all my research to figure out where the best place is. I use Trade Ideas for that research. I try to figure out well in advance of what's going on. And I put the net down. And then Barry's one where he sees a fish and he jumps in the water and tries to grab it, right? It's a reactionary thing versus a proactive type of a thing. So again, just there's tools for both of those, right? You don't have to use all aspects of everything that's in there, right? I know Barry doesn't use the Market Explorer, for example, even though I've built some scans for him specifically in there, but Michael Spy for a day trade would use the 50 MA. No. Every moving average crossover on every single time frame, with every single every single time frame, every single moving average, every single cross or support and resistance has been tested and debunked over the long run. So using just that as an indicator won't work. Now, what you could say, for example, is I'm going to, wait until the SPY gets to this moving average, and then I'm going to look for XYZ to occur, and then I'm going to take a trade. That might be part of a trading plan, but you first have to write that trading plan. You've got to test it, right? And then if it bores through and you're testing, then it's something you can use. There's not a, yes, you should definitely do this, or no, you shouldn't kind of thing, right? Yeah, owning a $5,000 toolbox Snap-on does not make you. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. It's all about your trading plan, right? Again, I've been trading for 10 years. I've worked in the hedge fund space. I've mentored traders one-on-one. I've got my own YouTube channel and website and stuff where I talk to traders all the time. There are two reasons that 90% of traders fail out there. One is they don't build a written and tested trading plan. They don't sit down and actually write out a trading plan that says, if this, then that, if this, then that, over and over again. Like, um, I am X kind of trader and there's reason for it, right? So for me, I am a setup based trader. So I have certain setups that I trade that are trend continuation in nature. So I'm a trend following trader. I act on a trade when XYZ things are when XYZ things occur. I take trades. I have this as a stop loss. I have this as a profit target. And I've tested all that out, and it makes sense for me and my own risk style and my plan and all of that. So that's reason number one. Right? Reason number two is not following that plan. So number one is the people are just too lazy to build a plan, right? They want to be spoon fed. They want to just, how am I just spoon fed things? Because I don't, I want to make the salary of a doctor in half of the time, but I don't want to put in any of the effort that a doctor had to put into to become a doctor, right? Then the other one is emotional control, which I think is a little bit harder to get around, where they have a plan, they know what they should do, but then they end up just, flying off the seat of their pants and kind of doing whatever they want in the moment. My main thing for that would be just expand out your time horizon, right? it's the more the shorter time horizon you trade off of, the more emotion impacts your trading, right? If say for example, you have an entire week to make a decision versus you have 1 minute to make a decision, right? If you look at it in the extremes like that, you go, oh yeah, um, it makes sense to that guy who's got a week to make a decision is going to make less impulsive and emotional decisions than the guy who has the minute. So if you struggle there, that's kind of step one. And then, you can get all into meditation, all kinds of hippie stuff. But those are the two things. And then, yeah, for the question, is there a website where they have strategies that have been back tested? No, because it has to be your plan and your strategy, because every strategy in the world will have times that it works and times that it doesn't. Um, so you have to build it. And the example I always give is I could tell you the optimal diet, right? And I could say, hey, you got to eat chicken, broccoli, and brown rice 3 times a day. And that's all you'd have. And that's optimal. And that's how you have to do it. If it's not something that you will follow because you hate those things, then it doesn't matter. It's optimal. So you have to come up with a plan, right? And it's one of the things that if you're serious about trading, it should just be as simple as going through your last couple trades and saying, okay, what did I trade and why? What worked? What made the most sense to me? And then let me build on that, right? Say I traded breakouts on stocks after earnings, right? And I made, those trades were somewhat profitable, and it makes sense to me as a trading style. So then you start with that, and then you go through and you start testing that, right? You start going through charts, you put in the work. You build a plan that makes sense for you, and then you go from there. One thing I will say is that I have, and this is something that Trade Ideas help me build. I have this free trading course if you're completely new, completely free. You don't got to put in a credit card or sign up to anything or do anything. It's 36 lessons long. It is when quarantine was going on. I sat down with my wife and just taught her, the ins and outs of the very basics of trading. And at the end of that, after we've been through everything, we talk about building a trading plan and what's involved in building a trading plan and all that. So that might be a good place to start, but it has to be something that you build yourself, right? And it's the market. It's rough. It's a rough world, but it's one of those things where that's just the way it goes, right? If it was just as simple as me going, hey, trade like this, make millions, then the market is a self-correcting mechanism. So if enough people start doing that, then that strategy starts to degrade. If I say, hey, buy every time the MACD crosses over, if that's something that actually worked, then what would happen is you'd have algorithms that would buy a second before the MACD crossed over, right? And that would push prices up a bit. So now you're getting a worse price than you were before. So the market self corrects when it comes to trading styles and strategies and that type of thing. So again, if there was just a simple, easy way to do it, that gets arbitraged completely out of the market insanely quickly. So that's why everybody that I have ever met, and I've been, lucky enough, I was able to travel the world and everything. I've traveled all over. I've been to every conference you can imagine in the States, all the way over to China and back again, talking to traders, and they all just have their own, every successful trader I've ever met, they've got their own thing that they do, and they just kind of sit down and robotically do that kind of over and over again. iPad with a bike attached, or a bike with an iPad attached. Yeah, it's the same. And I actually use Apple Fitness, and I actually really, I never trade fundamentally, right? I'm a technical trader and I'm a quantitative trader. But Peloton never made any sense to me, right? especially again, Apple Fitness, it comes with everything. I've got a water rower back here. I can just say, I'm going to use my water rower today, and there's workouts for that, and then there's strength workouts and yoga and all these kind of things, right? How much daily volume to enter your strategy bait or your swing trading? You got to remember that the longer your time horizon, the less average daily volume matters, right? If you're scalping, right, you need a lot of volume, right? That's just the way it goes because um, your fill really matters if you're scalping. You're trying to make, you're buying something, you're hoping to make, 20 cents and you're risking 10 cents, right? Your fill really, really, really matters. When it comes to um, swing trading, it matters less. Now, it doesn't mean you want to go to something that's traded at like 10,000 a day or something. So, when you're deciding on volume, for me, it has to be more, do people care about the stock that I'm interested in, right? So, if you start to get into the, say under 100,000, under 250,000 a day, then my argument is just nobody cares about your stock, right? If your stock does 50,000 shares a day, then the only time it will probably move is when there's some sort of news event that kind of like wakes it up, shocks it. Uh, so that 250,000, I think, is a pretty easy cutoff and say, right, if you average that. But the problem I have with average volume, and one of the reasons that I like the filter that we have in Trade Ideas, just called Volume Today, uh, where you can let's just grab that. This will just show you the shares that are going on today, is because, say your stock was doing, 200,000 shares daily, right? So it's under that 250,000. But then all of a sudden today it's doing 10 million shares. And it meets whatever setup requirement you have from your trading plan. It would suck to miss that because it averages under that amount, right? And then all of a sudden it's got this really active day. So since I do a lot of my scanning near the end of the day, I like to use this volume today filter as opposed to an average daily volume and just say, hey, show me things that at least today are doing 500,000 or 1 million shares, because even if it normally doesn't do anything, but today it's super, super active, I still see it so that I can go, okay, do I think it's just going to go back to obscurity the way a lot of these things do, or do I think maybe it's got some sort of something going on that's kind of perking it up, right? So I really like that volume today type of filter, just to make sure that it's that it's something that's uh, something's going on right now, right? Who cares if last month they were incredibly boring? If right now they're interesting, then I want to know. Awesome. I'm glad that helped. Now, again, you need to make sure um that you're understanding that if a stock goes from trading 5,000 shares to 1 million shares and then back again, uh, yeah, it may just drop. That might be a flash in the pan, right? It may decrease relatively quickly back to its normal volume. It's just, do they care about it right now? If people care about it right now, then it's super interesting, and it's something we should definitely pay attention to. But it may quickly be forgotten about. So that's one of those things that may curb um, your expectations, right? You may go, hey, yeah, this is doing, you know, 1 million shares, but I've looked at why it's doing it, and it it looks interesting, but I think it's going to go back to just trading, you know, 100,000 or something. It's just going to go back to obscurity, so I'm not going to care anymore. So that's a judgment call you have to make. But liquidity is less of a concern, but it always needs to be kind of thought about when it comes to swing trading. Because again, my fill, whether I miss something, you know, I take 5 cents slippage in or 5 cents slippage out. I'm less concerned with that kind of thing. Where if I'm scalping, right, I really care that, you know, if I'm trying to make 10 cents and I'm risking 5 cents, I can't lose 2 or 3 cents in, 2 or 3 cents out, or my strategy's dead. If I'm trying to make a buck and I'm risking 50 cents, I can lose, you know, a couple cents in, couple cents out, right? Which is why I personally believe that most traders don't actually care about payment for order flow, unless you're like scalping. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, so I have this HT for a day trade, but if it closes up here, I may actually hold this for a swing. It's very interesting. I did this whole thing on Trader TV on Friday, just basically talking about the relative outperformance of KWeb. Good if you type that correctly. And still, right? So the market is down pretty substantially today, and KWeb's just holding right on there. So it's interesting. It gets scary buying Chinese stocks as a swing traders. Um, the but the fact that it's holding up so well is very interesting to me. And as a relative strength trader, that's part of my trading plan, is that I trade with the direction of a trend, and that I trade relative strength. So I try to look for what's the strongest stuff. It's meeting both those criteria. So I got to keep an eye on some of the China stuff out there. If unusual amount of calls are bought, does this show up in the options filter? So yeah, we have best way to find out if we have and what we have is always just to right click and configure. And then I go options. Right. So this is all we have. This is what we have right here for options, right? So under this options volume today percentage, this nets all options. So if this is greater than 100, then there's more options than normal. You know, you can actually specify how much calls you want, but when it comes to like sweeps and stuff like that, is not we don't have those kind of option sweeps in the system at this time. But we have unusual options activity, which I have actually found just lines up with volume, because generally speaking, when these option trades go through, so you'll get a volume spike at the same time. So does it matter bought but not sold when it comes to, I'm not too sure what that. Everything that is bought is also sold, obviously, right? You can't buy something without somebody selling it, right? So that's for a volume to occur, for a trade to occur, you have to both be buying and be selling, right? Somebody has to sell what you buy or there's no trade. Someone has to buy what you sell or there's no trade. So we just net out the trades because there is no buy only or sell only trades. That's just not possible. What is Trader TV? It's a YouTube channel. Every Friday at 8:45 Eastern, I do a little 5-minute segment on there where I come on. They're friends of Trade Ideas, so I come on there and I just talk about something, you know, it's different every week. Something new that's in Trade Ideas that I like for my trading, or a sector that I find interesting, or you know, a setup that's triggering, or maybe some Holly trades that look good for swings. And I just do a little 5-minute news segment, and then off. And yeah, again, the last one was on KWeb and just the insane relative outperformance of KWeb when it comes to just sorting things by I think it's position 10-day range. There's a 5-day. Or was it 20-day? Yeah, 20-day. So yeah, KWeb is right at the high of its 20-day range, whereas you can see everything else is below that. So for a month time frame, which my swing trading, I'll buy something and it may be a few weeks, but it's generally between a week and a month is my hold time. So that's where I want to focus. And KWeb is by far the strongest out there with this PFIX, which is just interest rate vehicle, and UUP, which is just the United States dollar, coming in second and third. So with the relative outperformance here of KWeb, then I need to start looking at Chinese names, right? So this is one that's interesting to me. What's LI? No, not LI. LU. This one's interesting as well. It's putting in this nice potential rounded bottom and VIPS. Same kind of thing. So if these things can hold, that might be interesting because they just have interesting looks, but it's all going based off of. I always watch Holly. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on. Now I don't take trades from Holly just because Holly says here's a trade. I look at them and I make sure it makes sense to my written and tested trading plan. And if it meets my plan that I've worked hard to create as a trader, then I'll take the trade. And if not, I'll move on. Sometimes I take swing trades based off of day trades that she suggested because sometimes they meet my trading plan. So I'm a very simple creature. So it's one of those things that's very important that you make sure that whatever trade you take is based off your written and tested trading plan because there's only one way I think you can be kind of insured that you're going to have a bad time as a trader. And that's just, if you don't have a plan together, if you don't go in every day and say, I'm going to do this because it's what I've worked so hard to create. Unfortunately, I think you're going to have a bad time. And it's just one of those that the market's got this way of going, oh, this person's serious, this person's not, right? This person is working and has a plan, has something they're going to do, and they understand the risk metrics behind it. And this person just wants to be, fed stuff. And because there'll be times, even if you've got the greatest plan on the planet, there'll be times where things just don't work out. And that's where the person who built their own plan can tweak it or build another one. And the person that was just kind of fed is going to be a little SOL. Dawn's a little bit extended to me. It doesn't mean it can't keep going, but we had a gap up from 5 to 10, and then it's just been grinding its way up slowly to 20. We got a whole bunch of congestion back here that it might have trouble with. Just many days up in a row for me is not the point to buy. I'm more of a right. I want to see it break a pattern or break a level or pull back to something. I get very uncomfortable when I start chasing things that have already made pretty decent moves because in my head I just go, okay, am I going to be the guy buying the top, which knowing my luck, if I ever deviate from my plan, I am the one that's buying the top. Which is why I like the TI strength scan. That's why I like the bull flag scans. Well, because they fit with the trading plan that I've created. But B, I never feel like I'm chasing, right? What patterns can trade ideas find best? Well, right, if we want to see what we can find, we go new, and we open up a new alert window. Oh, it looks like I have to upgrade. And we search, right? You can type in whatever you want, of course, but we can just go into patterns, and you can see we've got all of these in here. You can go into new highs and lows. We've got all of these, right? Crossing support and resistance, that kind of thing. You can go candle patterns. We have all of these candle patterns here. Right? A lot of stuff, which is another reason why a trading plan is so important, right? You're kind of spoiled for choice. Support and resistance. We've got a bunch of support and resistance zones, and then some Fibonacci type stuff. Single print, right? So new highs, new lows. We've got pullbacks from the open, right? Crossing below, opens and closes, gap reversals, that kind of thing, right? So we have access to all that. So the question is, what do you want to trade? Is this program better at finding certain patterns than others? It's great at finding whatever you want. That's the benefit of trade ideas, is that all of those things that I just showed you, you can put together based off your trading plan. So again, you would sit down with your trading plan that you've written up and you'd say, okay, it says that I need to find stocks that are trading over X volume. So you can put that into the system. And then I need them to be setting up like this, and you'd put that into the system. And I need them to be above the 50-day moving average, and you can put that into the system. So that's the benefit of trade ideas, is that you've worked hard, right? Unless you've got the plan, right? You've worked hard to make it, because you're not just going to come in here and kind of YOLO or diamond hands or whatever the kids are calling it today. And then you just build that out. And then now you have a scanner that meets, that will just show you stuff that's going on as well.
Michael,
Barry.
I had an internal over under, how many times you would say trading plan. I had it at 18.
Oh, I
You blew
definitely
it
went
away.
over. Yeah, I definitely went over.
You
Well,
blew it away.
it's like the way I look at it is, if I can save one person who's just like, tell me the thing to buy, and then loses all their money and is out of the game, then I think the ranting's worthwhile. There's
Oh,
just
I
too much of
agree.
that. There's too many
I
people
agree.
out there that just get killed because they think trading is just, hey, I read about this thing in a book, therefore I'm just gonna copy it and make a bunch of money. And it's
Hmm.
us old fogies have been around long enough to know that those are the people who come and then you never see them again, unfortunately, pretty soon
And I
after.
am much foggier than you, so yes, I can tell you that.
Well,
But you're right, it's not easy. I mean, trading is not easy. Yeah, even the mechanics of trading can stump people. That's why, I like to get people to just, even if you use the simulator, just for the mechanics of placing a trade and placing a stop and figuring all that out before you have to nervously try to do it for the first time with a live account. Just even that stuff.
Well, and for building your plan, I think the simulator, because my process, I still use the simulator. So my process is I will test something, I'll back test it either using the back tester, I'll go back on the charts and put in the work by labeling them and stuff. And then when I have a decently good idea that I think the thing is going to work, I still don't give it my money right away, right? It goes
Sure.
into the sim, and then I will test the trading, like this 2-day VWAP scalp strategy that I know we've been chatting about a bit. I traded that exclusively in sim for 2 months until I had consistent enough profits on that I was comfortable enough. Then I took it live, and yeah, you get you get all the learning out of the way when it's fake money, right? And then the beauty, what I find about trade ideas with Brokerage Plus, is all I had to do was, instead of go connect to the simulated account, I just went connect to Interactive Brokers. And then I sat down the next day, did the exact same thing I had done all the days before. I didn't have to change anything or tweak anything or do whatever, because just now, instead of it going to the sim, it was going to my live account. So
Exactly.
for, yeah, more than just uh, pushing the buttons, but actually that last bit of creating a strategy. Because there's one thing to look at a back test and say, oh, this looks like the way it's performed. And then it's another way to kind of feel in real time, right? How
Mhm.
big are the actual pullbacks? How much drawdown do you actually suffer? That kind of thing.
But you're right, Michael. I mean, most people don't want to go through that exercise. They've either, as you say, read books and figure, okay, now I'm good, or even worse, they follow some guy on Twitter who's saying, I just took $5,000, turned it into $1 million. I can show you how. You know, all that
Yeah.
sort of stuff. And there's no shortcut in this. There honestly isn't. Can a person get insanely lucky? Yeah, I guess you can get insanely lucky. You buy a billion shares of a 1 cent stock and it goes to $1. Yeah, I guess that can happen, but those cases are few. Well,
It's a
0.00001
lot.
percent.
Yeah, it's a lot of tickets, right? Yeah. Can someone win the lottery? Yes. Can they win it
Yeah, exactly.
consistently? No. Right.
Yeah.
It's my old trading mentor always used to just basically say, people want a doctor's salary and they want to be able to work half as much as a doctor does. And they want to be able to pick that up in about a month by reading a single book. And
Hmm.
um, then they're shocked when they actually have to put in work and build plans and do that kind of stuff. And he was dead on right. He's if you trade successfully, it's lucrative, and there's to a certain degree you can set your own work time and you work for yourself and
Hours
all that
exactly.
stuff.
Yep.
But
Yep.
you can't. You just don't wake up one day and go, okay, well, I've read 2 chapters of this one book, and I found out that XYZ moving average crossover is the magic, so I'm just going to go into it, and that's it.
Or I listened to Michael
Just
Noss for 2 hours, therefore I should be able to trade now. Same
Therefore,
thing.
hopefully, I've gone from listening to Michael Noss rant at me for 2 hours to getting to work on my trading plan. But,
Right.
so yeah, and this might be something you just pass on to the room, Barry. But I'm about to meet with somebody who's becoming an affiliate of ours, who is big in the Strat community, and you may not be familiar with that, but I'm sure if you mention it in the room, there'll be somebody out there who's like, "Oh, yes, great. They've got a very
This is all to
interesting
do with.
way to."
Yeah,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Michael. I'm not 100%. This inside bars and things
Yeah,
like that, and
yeah,
yeah, I've seen it. I've seen. I think you even talk about it, or somebody in the YouTube talking about it. But yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know anything about it other than that.
yeah. So I'm gonna be meeting with him, and we're gonna get into a little community there, and we're gonna be
Oh,
building
cool.
that in. So if there's somebody or a handful of people in the room that trade the Strat, if you can find them out and see if they're willing to talk to me, that'd be fantastic, because it's going to be a whole kind of subset of the Market Explorer. There's going to be a whole bunch of uh, scans, probably, you know, knocking on the door of hundreds when it's all
Oh,
done for
wow.
these different
My
things.
goodness.
It's a very simple way of looking at the market, but they have all these different patterns they're going to trade. So
Hmm.
excited for that,
Okay.
and I have to actually take off and hop in this meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Michael.
I'm late. I will
We'll.
talk to you soon.
You bet. Okay. Bye bye.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
All right, guys, in YouTube, I am back. I guess you can see my screen, and now let me get my music going. And okay, back in the main room too, just talking to Michael. So he mentioned that now, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, the Strat. Okay, some of you might know I'm talking. Michael was just talking about that in the YouTube room, but in the main room, if you know what I'm talking about when I say the Strat, Michael is meeting with the guys who I guess developed it and have all the different scans and their group, and he's going to build them out. So what he said was, if anybody who's in the main room wants to contact him about the Strat, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, then obviously there's nothing for you to do. But if you do know what I'm talking about, you can contact him. I'll give you his email address. Okay, it's mnoss at trade-ideas.com. Okay. that should be it. Yes. Okay, so what is happening? So the NCTY, I am somewhat interested in it. If it, I think it's got to get to that 224 level, up in this level here. Just some kind of chopping around. This is one that just all of a sudden can take off. And of course, the China stock, and it can all of a sudden just want to take off. So I've got an alert set up in this, I think around the 230 mark. It did hit 250, 260 earlier. And we'll just see what happens. And meanwhile, yeah, so when I took my break, what time was that? That was right here, 11:45. So there is the first candle. We didn't get the reversal today, Zach. So as you say, it's about 90%. So we did not get the 11 o'clock reversal today, that's for sure. But at 12:15, it looked like, all right, maybe, but no. So the market is starting to drift down again. So yeah, Stephen, hopefully you go to my homepage and just look for the Zach. This is what it'll look like. Okay. And unfortunately, I spelt it wrong up there. That should be an H, but that's okay. And don't get too many alerts, which is a good thing. Wow. LYT. So Zach, were you able to find shares to short LYT? Tell me you were. I mean, but if you did, we may not see you in the room anymore. Why would you come back? Look, my goodness, 42 down to 6. Johnson & Johnson, J&J short, Mike G. Right now, a little bit of a chase, right? But hey, look at this market. My goodness, well, I want to bring up the big SPY chart. I want to, in the context of what happened over the last few days, we had pretty decent action here, bit flat yesterday. So again, unless it took out this level down here, 363, I mean, it's not going to happen today, of course, and I guess Powell speaks tomorrow. We'll see what he's got to say. Will it juice the market or terrify the market? CRNT, CRNT. After the company announced it will be acquired. Yes, it is for 280 a share. Yeah, they just announced that right now, 10:57. Oh, well, at least at 10:57. So that was earlier. Well, guys, I have to admit to this. I am actually not at the top, but I'm in a Kezar short. When I was listening to Michael. Yeah, KZR, that little break right there on that 80. I thought I'd take a little bit and see what happens. It just keeps drifting down. I know a lot of you were in it way earlier than I was. And it's still up 50%. Well, here's another one getting us creamed here, guys. AMTX. AMTX. Man, I wish all this weren't here. I wish this were just straight down, nothing holding it. AMTX. It's definitely a buyout. Well, yeah, it's definitely a buyout, the CRNT. It's 280 a share. Now, before everybody rushes in and saying, well, if it's 280 a share, why wouldn't I just sell everything I have in the world and buy it at 260 and let it come to me at 280? Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. And child would be Twitter. What is Twitter these days? 38? Remember, the buyout's supposed to be at what, 54? Mark, in defense, I can't remember who it was, but I think they were talking about free money because it was going to be lambasted downwards. I think, but you're right. There is no such thing as free money. I think, though. I think. Another one. ZYME guys, just on the way down. I mean, man, another big red candle. NRSN. My goodness, I haven't seen that one today. That was let's see. Yeah, I mean it's trying a little bit here. I took it off my radar. I just didn't like it anymore. But wow, keys are. Boy, this is almost like throwing darts now, guys. I mean, with everything moving down like this, almost. I mean, I'm not saying you could just pick almost anything and short it. Almost. Yeah, pretty tough to commit to even these, these small ones that in theory kind of trade on their own. Pretty tough to commit to anything right now. Oh, well, keys are, where could, I mean, obviously the next low looking left is way down here. I mean, it's still, 272 above the high or the close of yesterday. One of the nice things about this one, shorting, is didn't have to worry about the uptick rule. So as long as you had shorts available, you didn't have to worry about that stupid uptick rule. Man, looking for anything on a topping from you right now. We're not going to get too many bounce plays, Zach, and even if we did, I'd be pretty hard pressed to have take any one of them. Looking for maybe a some kind of a weird one that's topping in this market. All right, guys. Well, are you kidding me, Dak? Really? You're gonna maybe swing this one? Well, I mean, the only issue I had the big sell-off yesterday from the highs. It was still up for the day, but big sell-off. Yeah, I mean, so you're in right now. Okay, you're long at 217. Okay. Well, as always, good luck. Notice allowance for U.S. patent titled. That's way too long. Anyway, yeah, there it is. That's Zach's headline right there. Okay, so it's an Alzheimer's play. Okay. I was wondering, well, why isn't it showing up here in the racers? And the reason is that I have a minimum volume of 200,000. So that is why it's not showing up yet anyway. Well, I just said good luck. That's all I said. Good luck. Okay, guys, so what I'm hoping for is something out of nowhere, starts winning a race. And when I say out of nowhere, either maybe one that we've been looking at or something that is just launching itself for the first time. Yeah, so I mean, some of these are going to show little bounces, for some that are winning a little race. They're not at the high, which is okay. I just going to have a tough time playing any bounce right now. Yeah, so here's Fever showing up. Fiverr International, FVRR, showing up in your scan, Zach. But boy, you look at this market action, pretty tough to commit to going on a bounce right now. Now, you might get a scalp bounce, like something, maybe 20 cents or 30 cents on a $36 stock is not what I call great, but maybe, but boy, I would have to see this market stop. Doesn't have to move up, just has to stop moving down. Well, good for you so far on your AGRX. Very nice. Now, this is a little bit different in terms of what I would call a bounce because, I mean, it's in play. It's been in play all day. But some of these, like Fever, how could we commit to playing a bounce on this one? I'm sure William is right in there swinging away. Well, the only thing we can say about FVRR is that there's no specific news for it. No bad news. It's not an earnings play. It's just moving down with the market. It just all depends on what you think you could get. I mean, look, if this market were any different, this would be pretty good because taking it just at 37 and could have a bit of a run close to the 38 mark. Yeah, we guys do this every day. Somebody in our YouTube room asking if we do this every day. I knew you'd be. I knew it. I knew it. I would have bet everything I own that William would take this one no matter what. And that's the FVRR on a bounce. Well, a little green bar, a little one. Okay. It's probably going to help. There we go. Now he's probably out. How do you set your system to be up like that? Well, I'm sharing a lot of scans, bozraz.com. I'm just going to call you .com, okay? Um, when you say you just got the software, and I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, have you gone through the 10 videos? It'll take you about 30 minutes. Have you gone through that first? If you haven't, then I suggest you do. And I'm going to give you my homepage link. A lot of information on my homepage, including a lot of scans that I'm sharing, okay? So if you click on that homepage link, hopefully you can hear me. You can hear me, right? And you can see what I'm going to be doing. Okay, good. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So the first thing is if you haven't done this, let's get started, okay? Please do it. Now, you probably don't have to do the first one, but maybe you do. I don't know. You know, the download and installation of the product, first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, layout styles, etc. Okay. Well, when you say, you say it's a lot to take in, Trade Ideas is like any other software program. There's a lot of things you can do, but typically you only have to figure out a couple of things that you want to do, and that's it. You can and disregard the rest. Think of it like looking at a Word manual. You know, if somebody said to you, well, the only way you can use Word is you have to learn everything in the manual, who would do it, right? But most people, they look at a Word manual and they don't even look at that. They just look at, well, the quick setup, the quick start. Most people just want to know how to print, maybe change a font, maybe do a couple of other very minor things. Same thing with Trade Ideas. There can be a lot to the program, but you don't have to learn everything. So the first thing though, so again, the first thing is to definitely take a look at that 30 minutes of videos. At 10 videos, just go through them. And after that, yeah, we're here. I'm here like this Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Also in the YouTube room that you're in, another trader takes over between 12 and 1, different trading styles. And then from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday in the YouTube room, there is another trader that is there to answer questions. So lots and lots of good support. Okay. So what relative volume do I use? Now it depends, okay? But for instance, if I'm really trying to limit the number of alerts I get, in this basic new highs and basic new lows, look how many symbols came through. Not many. Okay, why? And I don't want many because in this one, so there's no right or wrong answer, by the way, in terms of what you should use, but I'm using 8, current volume of 8 in here. So I'm only really seeing the ones that are super active for the day. And that's what I want. I don't want a lot of alerts. Okay. That's in this one. I would say for my average scan, it's probably 3. But if I really want to restrict the number of alerts I get, I will put something like 8 in this other one that actually, I'm actually surprised. The 10-day daily breakdown, you would think that on a day where the market is just getting trashed, my 10-day daily breakdown, which actually produced extremely well yesterday, same sort of thing. I think I've got a very tough, yeah, another current volume of 8, relative volume of 8. So I'm not getting any alerts today. And it's probably because of that, but that's okay. Maybe tomorrow I get 5. So, but if I were just, as a general as an answer to that question, maybe I would start off with 3. I mean, if you're an active trader, you want to have liquidity, of course. So you want something that is moving. And so that relative volume filter that we have is awesome. Because what it does is it's looking at what does it do on average up to this time of day. Okay, so it's a very specific filter. So for instance, it's looking at FVRR, relative volume is about 1. That means over the last 10 days, it's traded about the same amount as it on average up to 130 over the last 10 days. That's a very simplistic explanation of the actual formula. Okay, there's a little bit more to it, but let's leave it like that. So you look at AGRX. I mean, it's trading 227 times normal. Okay, I mean, look at the volume today. 185 million shares with 4.4 in the float. I mean, that is just that. I don't know if it's going to be a record. I don't think it's going to be a record. When I say a record, I think we've had one that traded the float 100 times or close or 120 times. But this has traded the float 42 times. You know, if you divide 4.4 into 185, you're going to get 42. I mean, that's, you know, it's incredible. So .com, if the other thing is if you just started trading, if you go to my home page, did I blow it? Just a minute. Okay, give me a moment, guys. You may still be able to hear me in the main. I know you can hear me in YouTube, but you may not be able to hear me in the main room because I made a mistake. Okay, just give me yes, TRT. Yes, you can actually scan for float ratio. We actually have a filter. Just give me one moment, please. I have to log back into the other room. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, sorry about that, guys. That's the issue. And I've got an echo going, so just give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Now we're back. I think we're back. I got everything unmuted. So TRT, do you have trade ideas? I want to make sure you have trade ideas, and I'll show you where you can find the float ratio. Hmm. You guys can hear me on YouTube, right? Okay, okay. You don't have trade ideas. Okay, but yes, you can scan for float ratio. Yes, very simple. If I right click on any alert window, click on configure, and to find out things that we do have. So I will in the search box, I'll literally just type in float. Okay, and the float turnover. I mean, that's what we call it. So if you put 2 as a minimum, that means if there was a float of 10 million, it would have to trade 20 million today, as an example. So the answer to your question is yes. Okay, guys, let's see, anything. Oh, so this DS, haven't seen this one for a long time. This Drive Shack or something. Drive Shack, yeah, DS. All right, so the market is perhaps pausing for a while here. And a green bar, now a red bar. Let's see what happens here over the next, well, let's see, the next couple of 15-minute candles. See if we can flatten out at least. Tough to commit to any sort of a bounce play. I know William is in there slugging away, but I don't recall recommending. I just remember saying, well, you got a bounce out of it. Wow, here's another one, guys. KYMR on the way down. Looking left, what do we see? 1960, 1837 is a net man. I mean, that's almost got a dollar to the next low. What I wanted to do with you.com before I accidentally shut down the tab is if you go to my home page, you're just starting out as a trader. I'm not a big swing trader, TRT, so the answer for me is no on the AGRX, okay? So if you click on my link again, where is it? Okay, I'm going to have to set my link again. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and go to the education section, and this is for you.com or anybody else that is brand new to trading. If you click on the education section, and then you scroll down, keep scrolling down, 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 until you see something called Back to Basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and this is free. And it starts off with what is a stock, okay? And then introduction to charts and candlesticks, etc. So, I would really, really encourage you to take a look at this, and anybody else who's brand new to trading. All right, guys, it is Tuesday today, so there is a marketing meeting that I'll be attending at around 2 o'clock Eastern. Be putting myself on mute while I'm in that meeting. Jordy, if you're asking about PTPI because you see it in the simulator, remember, I was just using this as to demonstrate how you can take a trade. It's not because I thought this was a wonderful thing to do, okay? So, I mean, I think I just use it to demonstrate how you can take a trade, how you can place a stop, and all of that. This wasn't because I thought this was a wonderful thing to do. And remember, they are scrambling. Well, they got 180 days, but they've got to get their share price over $1. I don't know how they're going to do it. Right? They might try another reverse split. So, I mean, there's nothing good about this, really. But this is, a deficiency. In fact, let me do this. Let me just exit the trade so that you don't keep looking at it. Yeah, it's 97, yes. And your question is what exactly? They have 180 days to comply. Hey, hang on, guys. I'm just going to change headsets for a second. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, I guess winning a lot of races does make sense here. Look at the AGRX. AGRX. It's at the top of the leaderboard and it's been active all day, of course. So on a day in which Slim Pickens going long, Man, is that ugly though. Look at that 5 minute chart just chopping up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, the AGRX hasn't been wonderful, but I just wish this AERC wasn't so, for me anyway, so difficult to trade. I mean, this is just, it's up 15%. It just, can drive you crazy though. A $16 stock with a 4 million float this is exactly what can happen. All right, guys, I'm out of the KZR now. This looks like it wants to actually come back a bit. The KZR. Look at a nice little base here now. The key area to try to take out, in my opinion, would be 870. And then if we can do that, it might have a shot to the 9 level, and that is KZR. Well, this Sutro has just absolutely based for the longest time now, just between 505 and 515 or so. You know what, guys? I'm going to have to change my headset again. Just give me a moment. Okay. Look at AERC now. That's approaching its. This is a high over here was 20. Oh, I remember that day. $23 or so. 20. Yeah, almost 24. So now the next high looking left is 17.98. So it's about $1 away from that high. Mm. This one just has not followed at all. AUVI, which in theory is in the same sector in terms of air purification devices, not following at all. So when in doubt, go with the leader. But awfully hard to intraday trade, in my opinion. Well, you know what else is kind of popping? I mean, not a big pop, but LYT is starting to crawl back, guys. LYT. So, I mean, the low looks like it's around 517. Is that right? Yeah, five. So say $5. So that's a nice pop off that low. I tried to get some. I tried to get some. Couldn't get it where I wanted. Might be a good thing. We'll see. LYT. Was Nike an earnings play or just a guidance? I thought Nike already had. Okay, yeah, it was an earnings play. Didn't really talk about it. Obviously, didn't talk about it at all. Released earnings after hours. See what the reaction was. Yeah, so had initially it had a big pop, big spike up, then came back down. It was okay, and then started giving it up, and now. But even that opening 15-minute candle looked promising for Nike, but not anymore. Whoa, there's a big drop now for LYT. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to leave this alone. Actually thought if it, when it was over 8 and holding around 820, I thought that might be a good test area. And then I'm all set to take the trade, and then it just dropped about 20 cents, just like that. So I will forget about it. Or do I? It's amazing how it happens, isn't it? I mean, now it's sort of making signs again. It wants to head over at 8 and stay there, maybe. I'm talking about the LYT. Highly risky. Highly, highly risky. Well, let's see now. LYT, the next high looking left is only $43. I think there's a gap. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be in a marketing meeting in about 3 or 4 minutes, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Fundamentals, yeah, we do have some fundamental filters. So TRT, yes. So if I right click configure, I know you don't have the program, but just to show you, and then you click on search and categories, all alerts and filters. One of the categories is fundamentals. Okay, so this is what we have: market cap, shares outstanding, days to cover, etc. Okay, so for instance, you could set up what we call a single stock window with the fundamental data that you want to see, and you'll see it here. So you would click on a symbol, and then you look in your single stock window, and you'll see the data that you want to see. Because these are just filters. So you put whatever filters you want in here, and then you'll just see the data. Mike. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, listen, you guys is in our swing trading tab. Now, listen, I don't really have the time to monitor that. You know, you've got so many posts going in all day long. I have my hands full monitoring the stocks only in the off topic. So I kind of rely on you guys to just make sure it is about swing trading. I had about 5 emails, 6 emails, well, yesterday and today saying, how come you're not monitoring it? Because it's not, it's devolved into, well, a free for all. Okay. So if that's the way it's going to be, I'm going to get rid of the swing trading tab. Okay. I mean, if you guys want to talk about anything other than, stocks, you have to find another place to do it. But, just like the stocks only is just for stocks only, the swing trading tab should just be for swing trading ideas. Otherwise, people going in there, they're going to see a lot of stuff that they don't care about seeing. Okay. So hope you all guys take that the right way. You want to talk about other stuff, you won't be able to do it here because even in the off topic, I mean, we have only a few rules. I don't, politics, religion, a few things. We just can't get into it here. Okay. So again, I'll have to start monitoring it now. I don't really want to because it takes a lot of time, because you've got so many posts. So please don't. Okay. Well, it's people. Well, these are people I don't even know, PJ. I don't even know them. I mean, they because everybody uses a pseudonym. I don't even know who you would be if you actually emailed me. Okay, if you understand what I'm saying. So these are I'm just getting some emails and saying, hey, why are you not monitoring it better? So you know what? I'll have to start coming in and hopefully, well, it has to be not mostly discuss swings. It has to be 100%, just like in the stocks only. Okay. Just like in the stocks only. Well, the problem is, PJ, is if and I haven't seen it so much, but if you have to sift through post after post after post when there's not anything to do with swings, like a specific swing trade, and like, what do you guys think about this? People just don't do it. They just leave. They think, well, what's the value of that? So that's it, guys. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Now, in YouTube, how to see stocks that go up, not down right now. Would like to see the ones not moving down right now and one moving. Well, I mean, are you a subscriber? I'm talking about somebody in our YouTube room, Jathan. So, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, we have basic new highs and lows, basic new highs. These would be stocks moving up right now. You can take a look at the racers. These are stocks that are gaining, winning races. There's all sorts of, there are all sorts of ways in which you can just watch to see that stocks that are moving up right now. Okay, so I mean, I can share a scan with you if you want. I mean, I would look at the racers, number one, but I mean, if you go to my homepage, go to my homepage. We say a trial month. What do you mean by that exactly? I mean, you're going to test this out, like you personally, you're just going to test this out for a month. Well, Harry, I agree that stock swings in this market are tough calls. So consequently, maybe there's not a lot to talk about in a swing trading tab. That's all. It'd be just like in the stocks only on a day that, not much happening. There's not maybe a lot to discuss. Now, the Stro, the only reason I saw the Stro, I mean, look, we were of course going to be watching this one. I took this trade early on in the day, and as Real said, it was sort of basing. The only reason I really saw it though was in the race. And this is a type of trade that I would not normally have taken. Not, I shouldn't say taken, I wouldn't have seen. I don't mind playing. I mean, this to me is not really what I call a pullback. This is sort of well, big pullback and then kind of basing around for quite a while and then a pop. The only reason I saw it was in the race. I saw this little move right there, okay, and it got up to that 520 mark, and it was breaking through all this area, and so took the trade. I'd love to say I held on right to the bitter end, not quite, but that was really good. Again, something that I would not have normally seen except I was watching the races. So, Jathan, again, I don't know if you're listening to me, but if you click on my homepage link, one of the scans I've got, let me just show you what I'm talking about. If you if you click on now, first of all, hopefully you've already done well, let's get started. Okay. I mean, if you haven't done that, you really should do that first. But one of the scans I'm sharing right here, click here. I've got this race mode, the biggest gainers from the open. So this is what you're seeing here. And I've got a momentum scanner. These are all stocks making, okay, so these are all stocks making new highs. These are stocks that are moving higher. These are stocks that are moving higher. So these two right there, the race mode and Momo, you can take a look at both these. And that is all you have to do is click on my homepage link and again, so when you click on my homepage link, hopefully you've done the let's get started and then just go to the scan section. Okay. And by the way, guys, we do have a promo code that is alive and kicking right now. So let me give it to you. In fact, it's on my homepage. Let's see, all I have to do, I think, let me just click on that. There it is, July 4th, 25 for 25% off. Okay, that is actually alive right now. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use this promo code. So just click on my homepage link. It's a great opportunity to try us because you don't have to take out an annual subscription, of course. You can just start monthly. You can try us on a standard 118 or a premium 228, less the 25%. So you can try us out. And if, within 30 days you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual subscription, we can upgrade you to an annual with the 25% discount. Okay. And anybody who's right now on a monthly and you want to go to an annual, you can do it also, even if you've had a subscription for 20 years, which would have been impossible because the company started in 2003. But let's just say 15 years you've had a subscription and now you want to go to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor that 25%. Okay, so, well, your AGRX, I mean, that is good for you, Dak. I mean, it's been choppy, high up here of 281 and all the way back down to 241. I mean, those are pretty big percentage moves, but yeah, you never know. You never know. It means, I guess, higher lows on that 15-minute chart. All right, guys, I'm getting set to put myself on mute. Again, if I have to hop on the mic again, I will. And let me get rid of that. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. But again, I will hop on again if I have to. No problem. And the room will be open until 3:30. And then Chris Varley will take over in our YouTube room and be there to answer questions between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I do shut down the main room, I will put the YouTube link in. But you know what? I mean, on a day like today, where, other than that first 15-minute candle, where it looked like there was going to be some awesomeness in the market today, just take a look at AGRX winning 24 of the races today. And so obviously you got to sit up and take notice. And hey, I would not say this was easy. Easier would have been, a little bass, little pop, maybe a little drop, a little bass, a little pop. This is pretty, it's a challenge. Definitely would have been a challenge. Okay, guys, so I'll stick myself on mute. So, but again, if you have any questions, I will get back on the mic. Interesting, Zach. I don't see that one, the 30 from Wells Fargo. I do see Piper Sandler at 16, and this is for the STRO. It might be. I'm telling you, you know what? If Stroh takes out that 540 again, I mean, it might have a go. Look at it on the 5 minute, on the 15-minute chart, right around here. It might have another go in it. You know, did pop way up to 571 before it did pull back, but it might be just setting up again. Do not perfect. I'm not interested in ARGX as it sounds right now. I'm not. Now a price alert, for tomorrow maybe. I mean, it's already above. You see, it's already above that 245 on the weekly. So the next highs could be, that 714 level. So I mean, I'm going to wait to see how it trades in the post market. So I don't really need a price alert because I mean it's already broken above that high that week, at 245. So I don't really need a price alert anymore. All right, guys, I put the YouTube link in, so Chris will be there probably about 3 or 4 minutes. And Jathan, if you have other questions, you might want to hang around. Chris might be able to help you also. Okay. I don't know if you got anything out of the momentum scan or the biggest gainers from the open race, but if you have other questions, Chris will be there in about 4 minutes, and you can ask him. All right, Zach, we're really digging deep here, aren't we? BBLG, 7,000 shares, relative volume 0.01. Seen this one in the past too. Big runner. Okay, guys, I think that is about it. Thank you for all of the help today. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, you in YouTube, I'm hanging around until Chris gets there. So there he is, Mr. Christopher Varley in sort of the flesh. You may not be able to hear me.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry, just had to redo all my settings again one more time. Hopefully the last time now.
Did you finally go back to a PC?
I did indeed. I went to your favorite store last night. And
All right, Best Buy.
Got myself a very nice laptop.
Excellent. Which one?
It's an Asus
Yeah.
Ryzen 9th generation.
Yeah.
GeForce RTX, all that fancy stuff.
Yeah.
So
And
we're ready to rock.
And I read your comment about the person you were dealing with at Best Buy. I have found that most of them I've ever dealt with, but you get some, they're just totally technically astute. They can, they're just, they know their stuff inside and out.
I mean, he was nerding out on me extra. And there was a couple of other ones that I was looking at that were actually a little bit more expensive. And he said, honestly, if you're not doing like crazy gaming and with insane graphics, he's like, there's no reason to go that extra bit. So it made me feel even more comfortable.
Yeah, great. Yeah, no, my best. Yeah, as you know, you can never, ever, ever, ever short Best Buy in my room. That's it. You're banned for life.
Exactly. So
All
I've
right,
gone ahead
Chris.
and made the screen switch, and
Okay.
you're off for another bike ride.
Okay, I will. Okay, thanks, Chris.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody, we are looking back in action. So just making sure that I got this all right here. Got noise canceling on. Hopefully my mic is, you guys can't hear them drilling outside my place here. Alrighty, I think we're good to go. So come one, come all with some questions. I don't have a whole lot to do. I've been head down on some different things that I'm working on around here for the day. So not a whole lot to share. I had a position YMM. I closed it out today. Can't seem to get above this level. I took it yesterday. Actually took it yesterday here at that 9 level, and then I wasn't feeling so great about it. I took out the stop down here around 8 and just couldn't seem to push out on that. So played it on a pullback yesterday. That did not work out in my favor at all. Thought behind playing that was this level here. Just kind of saw it banging around the day before that, and thought maybe I'm going to test it and then take back off. China, we know how I feel about China overall. Couldn't do it. Couldn't get through that today. So, well, that was that. Decided to close it. So, all right, let's see. Yes. Sad and literally got to do what you got. Yeah, perfect circle. It just became too much of a hassle, and all of a sudden, the AWS was going to have to, take another tier up in AWS, which was, costly, or the Windows 365, which I actually liked after all the debacle of signing up with Windows 365. I ended up liking it, but again, even the second tier of Windows 365 was not going to be good enough to really run what I needed to, and all of a sudden it became a very expensive set of multiple machines instead of just getting what I need to run trade ideas. So, anyways, that's it. So here we are. I'm back to a PC for now. So, anyways, that's the short and skinny for me today on Trading World. Mentioned on this bounce that we had going on here on the SPY, we came down, we bounced a bit for a couple days here. I said, I don't think we're going to take out 400. Thought we'd get tired before we got there and we'd come back down. So far, according to my reading of tea leaves, which, nothing special. I don't have anything magic, just kind of watching it play out and believing this is going to be a little bit of a different bear market than the bear market of 2020 or the bear market of 2018. So that's that. I also going through the Bollinger Band scan that I have here, and I'm really not impressed with it the last couple of days, to be honest. Now this ends up making a big move. Oh, I lied. I took a trade for literally pennies on this here today. I got in here and I got out there when it started to pull back on me. I said, if it's not going to take off, I don't want any part of it. I thought perhaps we were going to take that out and move up. Most of the day we went sideways, so it is what it is. I won't consider that I missed out on that because I wasn't going to stick around on that all day, knowing that a rug pull could happen and send me down there on the stock like that. So But what I was really thinking about is I wasn't impressed with this Bollinger Band scan last couple of days. It's showing me a lot of stuff like this. I think it's more to do with how I'm sorting or racing. So I'm going to mess around with that in the coming days. But for this to have won that many races through this amount of time, where it really didn't go anywhere, I'm not impressed with that at all, actually. So that's that. So that, as they say, is that. I don't have anything else to add at the moment. I think that's the short and skinny of life for me right now. So again, if anybody has any questions or anything they want to go over, please let me know. As usual, I spoke with a few different people in our support chat through the day. They were looking for some specific things. Told them come here, I would demo it for them. So if you're one of those people that I spoke with earlier in the day and asked you to come, please join me here. Please chime in the chat panel. Let me know that you were here. There was some stuff about some pattern recognition. And as many of you have attended before know my outside the box way of thinking about doing that pattern recognition with range, position, range, and change filters. USAK. Why would you alert on that? Interesting. AXSM. It's a nice alert from this here. Wobbled sideways for a little bit before making a nice move up here. LTHM from my liked list. A lot of change over the last 5 minutes, but all that change over 5 minutes has been down. TCOM. Well, it looks like an AI trade today. Short side. I guess that's working out. Well, Holly, don't look like she's doing too hot today. That's an ugly blotter from Holly. I'll say some of these are a little tough looking at some of these stop outs where they were in the money and then got stopped out. So all the same, not exactly a stellar performance. Weber, this was a high flyer the other day. Trying to curl up here now. Not a ton of volume in that. I would just use the Market Explorer, Jathan, for relative strength. We have a specific scan built for it here. So you go to new, look for Market Explorer, TIQ, Trade Ideas Quant, right here. I'd open one of those up. And then there's a user's guide here. You can click on that and it'll give you an explanation of the Market Explorer. Let me bring over that window. So that's what happens if you click that. So that's that there. Sorry. So that's, going to go through all the different scans that we have in here, an explanation of them. All right. And in order to use the Market Explorer, right click, server window, and TI strength is where you're going to want, because you're looking for relative strength. Of course, there is all these other scans that are built in here for you. Right. And this is a relative strength algorithm that's in there that hopefully will populate. There we go. And that's that. So really simple. We've done all the legwork for you there. Sorry, trying to think. Aside from the Market Explorer itself, if you were looking to, build something relative strength wise, what you could do, and go to new alert window, and you could build something, using these change filters with the S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow. So we've got these change filters here. All right. And you could put, depending on what time frame you're trying to do it, we have today would be the longest time frame on any of those. And you could do something where, these are flat or down versus things that are up. And that would be where I'd point you to on that. I don't know what you're looking for other than that and relative strength. You could also use change in, look, we have, you could have position and range. Sorry, not you wouldn't want to change. So you could do position and range in any of these days, 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year, 2 year, lifetime range. And you could look at stocks in the upper reaches of that as well. But if you're looking, relative strength also generally has some kind of comparison where XYZ is selling off and ABC is up. We don't have a way to do that really, if that's what you're trying to do. So for example, I have what I call my evening scan here. And this here is going to be stocks that are between $4 and $40, 750,000 shares traded on the day, relative volume of 1. They're 75% above the low of their 20-day range, and they're 75% above the low of the range on today. And as you can see, I mean, those aren't exactly tight filters other than the price range. And there's absolutely nothing in here right now. I mean, that's it. Those are the only stocks that are 75% above the low of their range in that price range. I can take that price range off. And that did nothing. I mean, so there's not a whole lot of relative strength out there right now, to be honest with you. So, but that would be how, if you're looking for stocks that aren't dropping, here's another scan. I'll share here. I'm going to share these out with you. So first, let me share my evening scan. Share, copy. And then I have this scan, this position and lifetime range scan. I'll share that and then I'll go over it. So this scan is going to be looking for stocks between $8 and $50 that traded 1 million shares on the day, relative volume 1, and they have to be 85% above the low of their lifetime range or within 15% of the high of their lifetime range. Either way works to describe that. And once again, as we can see, not exactly a lot of stocks near those levels. So, so I've mentioned many times now, we're in a bear market. We're in a real bear market, not, is this a bear market? We're not sure. No, this is a bear market. You're not going to find a lot of stocks with relative strength in a bear market. When the bear market comes, it comes for everything. So again, I think using the Market Explorer, is going to be your friend here. Let's see, JKS, HTHT, TCOM, Pico. All right, these are going to be the stocks that are, the quote unquote best looking out there as far as, position range goes. It's a nice look from that right there, actually. And this descending wedge going on here that it broke out of nicely. That's a better look. So you can take those two scans that I just shared and use them as templates. If you want to change them around, you want to change the volume metrics, you want to change the price range or anything like that. But those are going to be stocks that, are the quote unquote least beaten up over these periods of time. It's TNG. It continues to look strong here, but we'll see if I can get through that. That's, it's a big deal, that line right there. And if you have something else, or if you have some kind of idea or some specific metrics you're looking to do other than stocks that just haven't sold off, let me know. If you have some kind of specific metrics that you're looking for, if we can do it, we'll do it as an exercise right here on screen. If not, I'll let you know, obviously. It's a great feature having the cloud that we can do that. I think it's a big part of what makes for a great community here. Being able to share the different ways we generate ideas. Alrighty. Interesting. Yum C. So again, fire some questions away from me, folks. I don't have anything particular to share. Like I said, let you folks drive the content on today. Is there anything interesting happening into the close here? So G, BTB, eh. The reason I'm is this right here, and hasn't really traded anything today. See the volumes coming in here towards the end of the day, but that's pretty light still, all things considered. Same thing, not a lot of volume coming in here. Short QQQ, interesting. I just clicked around a few symbols while you're all giving me the silent treatment here. ETHM, big day for that. And again, China. Nice move right out of there. Fractal pattern. On 3 different time frames, we can see that. Then the K-Web here. So again, just like yesterday. So yesterday we gapped up, faded, held this line, gapped up, faded, held a lower line on that. So that's interesting to see. So essentially we've got almost 3 flat days of trading in the K-Web here, moving sideways. So this looms to be a big level here coming through there, trying to get above that. Got this here, this ascending triangle, and unfortunately, ascending triangles like to resolve this way very often. That's what I'm here for, Mike C. Hopefully someone gets something out of it. Always my goal. That's the K-Web. The FXI. FXI similar. Looks a little stronger actually than the K-Web. It has the same pattern here. It's running, oops, it's on a great line. Running right into that resistance there. So Well, let's see what that happens. Let's see what happens with that there. And I'm guessing this was some kind of buyout that didn't happen, and did happen, and didn't happen. It's the only thing I can figure there. Southwestern Energy. So energy still trying to hang in there and bounce. You know, the XOP had a bounce today. Did it hold? Yeah, it's held. It's we'll see. XLE, something similar. So perhaps energy isn't dead yet. Let me get a V recovery on this here. You can see the market's really giving it up here in the last little bit. Bring this over here. Expand that out just a little bit, and we can see here new lows are really taking off on all these market cap frames, and the new highs fairly mute, to say the least here. Not a lot to write home to mom about for any kind of recovery or bull run in the market as of now. And SPY is trying to defend that 380 right now. It just seems to be most everything getting taken down with it at this point. Real estate. Oof. Here's our home builders. Not looking too great from them either. Kind of steep, but you could almost make an argument for a bear flag there. A little bit steep. You'd rather see it more like this than that. But all the same, it doesn't look good for the home builders. They exited 2021 so strong. And I mean, just immediately rolled over coming into 2022. Immediate rollover. Or just popped in to help out in the chat there. So all right, bring over my sector list here. And let's just see coming into the close. Energy is holding real strong here into the close. So perhaps we get a bounce in energy. That's a wicked sell-off right here on nat gas. I don't know what happened there. Everything else is red besides energy. Energy, 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 energy. 20-year bond. Well, nothing changes sentiment like price, and it's a lot of crazy price action in both new home constructions and existing home prices. So a lot of fluctuation in those prices and mortgage rates and all that kind of stuff. So it's just quite a housing boom that just happened in the last year and a half or so, or year and a half, I guess we could say. So all right, well, the market closed. The SPY defended 380. Barely, but defended it. Qs look even worse. I mean, the Qs look a lot worse. Just curious here. So funny. I've heard a number of people keep talking about, growth stocks, they're bottoming. All right, I mean, you say so. A lot of room to go this way on this bottom. A lot of room to go that way on that bottom. Take a look at, let's see what we can find. ZM. I mean, yeah, no. I looked at Tesla in a long time. No, I don't know. I don't know about bottoming. Oh, who else is a big growth name? Just curious. Is Facebook still Facebook? No, right? Meta platforms, yeah, so that hasn't changed yet. Curious. Interesting. So both exist still. Interesting. So no, that still looks like a death march to me. Yep, nope. Who am I missing? Who haven't we touched on yet? Nope, that still looks terrible. Don't look healthy. Nope. Wow. Yeah, nope. So liquidation continues. So yeah, not so great looking from a lot of those things that were just bouncing again recently. And I mean, just like the rest of the market, a bounce and goodbye. All right, sorry, just answering some messages while you're all giving me the silent treatment. We looked yesterday around these, and see, we're talking about gold back on the death march again. What was the other one I was looking at here? Silver, same thing. Uranium was bouncing for a few days. Nope, that's dead. Talk about lit bouncing. We'll see. We'll see. That doesn't look as bad as the rest does right now. The sell-off was more orderly. That sell-off was more violent. Real estate, nope, not so much. I'm curious, the MDY. That looks real heavy. That looks really, really heavy, actually. RSP, just as bad. And pre-COVID levels. I think that's what we have to do it. I think it's just I think it's what has to be done. Curious on this. Or even below it. Look at this chart. Let's zoom back and find the COVID lows. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Screenshot of that. That's interesting there. I want to see this now. I want to do the same thing with the SPY. Big back machine. Wow. Ain't that something? Let's do the Qs. Well below the COVID. Well below the COVID lows VWAP. Emerging markets. Interesting. With China having bounced, emerging markets still look really terrible. That's interesting too. Gotta wonder. They've come for everything again. We got a bounce in energy the last day and a half, 2 days, whatever it is. I gotta wonder if they come for energy again tomorrow because I got a feeling we'll be gapping down tomorrow. A lot of weakness here in that SPY chart. The more I look at it, that's a wicked day today, and just this big bow here. Banging up against 390, banging up against 390, gaps up over it. And they say the pros close the market, and the pros closed it on the downside today. They're gonna have to do something, rebalance this thing at some point because this is support at 0 at this point. How do you get rid of stocks that are barcoding? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about things like, oh, let's see if I can find something. Oh, there was something here in the ME that looked like that. Are you talking about something like this here with CDK? There's no way to get rid of anything like that. I'm sorry. If something meets the filters, it meets the algorithm, it's going to get alerted to it. There's no way to take off a specific pattern or something like that. I'm guessing you're talking about things like this. Stop trading. Into it. Yeah, unfortunately, for whatever reason, it meets the algorithm. I'm not sure what's going on with this here because there's no data on this on the chart. And it won't load into IB either. Wow, I never realized that LI did this. What a move for that was. Can you connect it to Trade Zero? You might be able to externally link to Trade Zero, but not directly link to it. External linking has been a bit of a bear lately. There's a whole bunch of platforms that have made updates to their software, and it's caused us issues with linking to them, actually. I'm not sure if Trade Zero is going to be one of them. Are you familiar with our external linking function? Let me share something out here. So this is going to be a video to link Thinkorswim to Trade Ideas via external linking. It pretty much applies to all external linking. You just have to take a look here in the rule. So external linking will go like this. You'll go to Tools, External Linking, and you'll click Add Link. And then don't click on anything else. You're going to put the cursor over the target. So if you're trying to link to Trade Zero charts, for example, or symbol entry box, you're going to put the cursor over the chart or the symbol entry box without pressing anything else, without clicking anything, and press Shift. And that'll build the link for you. And then you have to set the rule afterwards. So I don't know if we have a Trade Zero one. Let's see. Trade Navigator. I think there's some. Okay, so I don't see anything specific for Trade Zero. So I would start with no rule first. And you might have to try some different combination of things in here with use alternative method, beginning cutoff, a few different things. I go over some of this in the video that I just shared with you. So it might take some trial and error to see if it can work. Unfortunately for us, linking is a one-sided endeavor for us. Basically, nobody that we link with even knows we exist, essentially. So, for example, there's been an issue with TradingView and linking, and when anybody is called up TradingView to complain to TradingView, they have no idea who we are, and they don't really care either. So it's, us trying to make our pegs fit into their holes, essentially. But go ahead and give that video a look. And like I said, if it can be done, that's going to be your best tool for getting that done. And the idea behind external linking is it'll send the symbol to the order entry box. So for example, this window that I just brought over, this is my time and sales window for IB, for Trader Workstation. So watch as I click here, you're going to see the symbol change. And that's what symbol linking does. And you could do that with, the charts from someone too, if you didn't want to use our charts for some reason. So that's how external linking works. So, all right, folks, 426. I'm going to wrap it up for the day here. Be careful out there tomorrow. Watch, any positions that you got in. This is, bear market stuff, where we get these rallies, to the upside a whole bunch, and then the rug pull comes right away afterwards and rips us down. I mean, I think today's pretty good evidence. We look at the cues, all right. Again, it's that same theme. We sold off, all right. We got this bounce. We thought we were in the all clear here, right? Rug pull. Got a bounce, rug pull. We got a bounce, and the bounces seem to be smaller and the rug pulls seem to come quicker and harder each time right now. So, and it's, no different if we look at the SPY. No, same idea here. I'd say the Q's little uglier, a little more violent, but all the same, that same stuff is going on there. So just, if you're up and you're unsure, take that money and walk away. Really, really good trade management. I cannot stress how important that is right now. So, all right, everybody, that'll do it for today. We will catch you tomorrow on Wednesday at 3:30. You get, let's see, Jamie Hodge will be doing the noon session tomorrow. And like I said, I'll be back here at 3:30 tomorrow. So, all right, folks, thanks for tuning in, and we will catch you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.